Yes.
Okay, I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 regular council meeting of the East Lansing City Council. At the opening, could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Altman.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Watson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh.
Here.
Mayor Brookover.
Here. Item 1.2, approval of the agenda or modifications thereto. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move approval of the agenda with one change, to move item 3.3 to the business agenda as item 5.7.
Okay, I will second that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Item 1.3, approval of the minutes of regular council of October 1st, 2024, and city council discussion only meeting of October 8th, 2024. May I have a motion, please?
Move approval of the two sets of minutes.
Moved by Dr. Altman, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. We move on then to item 2.1. All written communications received by the council are posted on the online agenda packet, which you should be able to access. Item 2.2, communications from the audience. I have several of the blue sheets requesting comment. Mr. Gagne.
Thank you. My name's Chuck Gagne. I am a 30-year resident of East Lansing. I retired from East Lansing Fire Department 25 years, and I served on the IPOC, the Independent Police Oversight Commission, and just recently resigned a couple weeks ago. And I thought I'd present myself to the citizens today, let them know why, what I experienced, and answer any questions anyone had of me. I got on the commission to focus mostly on the trust aspect of the commission. And I've been on the commission for about a year. I also was on we had to create a relations subcommittee, which myself and one other person was on, because of the issues between the committee and the actual department itself. I did a ride along, 8 hours, not that I really needed it. I worked with those officers, been on thousands of calls with them. And I went to the Citizens Police Academy to learn more. That's a 10-week academy that any of you can go to. Very educational, learned a lot, even though I worked with these people, men and women, for 33 years as a paramedic firefighter, 25 here in East Lansing. I resigned because this commission is not building any trust. It is disparaging our police department. And I'm here to tell you that after thousands of calls and years of working with all of them, I retired 6 years ago. When I was in the academy, I met most of the new people that have been hired since I left. Not one time did I ever see bias or racism expressed by any single individual officer or anybody, ever. The biggest problem I've had with this commission is they refuse to do even a ride along. Just sit in a vehicle and ride along for a couple hours. You would think if you were overseeing somebody's job, if you were looking for airline pilots or something, you would, sit in the cockpit or something. And we suggested that in the relations subcommittee, and that was majority-wise just shot down. Had no interest, most of them. No interest in the police academy. No interest, seemingly, in learning anything about the police, other than what they've read or seen. It's Monday morning quarterbacking by people who have never even been to a game. That is why I resigned, and I'm here to tell you that you don't have a good police department. You have an outstanding police department. These people have been vetted through the FBI, talking to neighbors, relatives, to hire these folks. And they are not just your average people. Now, I know there are problems in the police service. There are bad cops. There are none here. I will vouch for every single one of them. It is not a problem here. This is somebody's agenda. And I'm here to tell you, you need to trust our police department. They're that good. I know it, I've worked with them, and I've worked with the state police, I've worked with Lansing police, and I've worked with all kinds of police for 33 years. Since 1985, I've been a paramedic. Looks like I have 40 seconds left. And I strongly recommend that that commission be decommissioned. It is creating mistrust, it is antithetical to what it was made to do. In its opening sentence, it says to build trust.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Actually, I only have 18, but thank you for the extra seconds. So that is what I'm saying. I'm here to answer any questions you have of me, of my year experience on this commission and working for the city and living here for 30 years. Thank you so much. I really appreciate, I love this community. Thank you.
Thanks for your input. Diane Gutierrez.
Hi, I'm Diane Gutierrez, as you know, and as chairman of the Charter Review Committee, I'm here to provide an early update on the committee and to clarify a recent mailing or door handout. First, this mailing handout regarding Proposal 1 is not from your appointed Charter Review Committee. The name of the group is very similar to the Charter Review Committee. They are named the East Lansing Charter Amendment Committee and had their name before council appointed our committee. We want to make sure that residents know that the appointed committee by City Council is reviewing the city charter in a comprehensive way over the next year and will be making recommendations to you, council, at that time. The committee will be making no comment on Proposal 1. To give you an update on our work so far, we have met 3 times with 1 meeting devoted totally to public comment. The committee and staff have put together a website found under Government, Boards and Commissions City Charter Review Committee that contains the following: the list of the members of the committee and their bios, easy access to read the city charter, the schedule of meetings and locations, and what will be covered at each meeting is on the website. And we have 4 more meetings that are totally devoted to hearing from the public on our work so far or what they would like us to consider during our review of the charter. It also contains the charter review process from our committee meetings to the ballot proposals, if any are recommended, the minutes of our meetings, the recordings of our meetings, and an email address where you can send your comments to us. As I said, these meetings will be over the next 9 months, and if we are finished at that time, the recommendations will be sent to you, City Council, and you will start your process of review. Anyone is welcome to attend our meetings. They are held at the Hannah Community Center. And if you have any questions, please use our email address, which is elcharter@cityofeastlansing.com. And just to conclude, we want our committee to know, since there was some confusion and residents brought that to our attention, that this handout mailing was not sent from the East Lansing Charter Review Committee. Thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight, Mayor Gutierrez. I now have Tim Rozowski.
Tim Rozowski. I reside at 613 Grove Street in East Lansing. So I'm an architect, the chair of the Building Board of Appeals, and then also I served on the M.A.C. Timber Committee. So I just wanted to express my 100% support for Ordinance 1536. So it took us a while to develop this, and initially we started out as a mass timber committee just to look at how we might incentivize mass timber. But through many discussions, we came up with these recommendations, which really expands from mass timber, includes other forms of sustainability, LEED, various levels of LEED accreditation or certification, as well as affordable housing. So I think we had really Landon did a great job of bringing the committee together and sort of shepherding this through the process, and I strongly support this. I don't think we should have a competition between communities, but nevertheless, I think we should try to win it. And East Lansing, we're not really looked at, I think, as being a leader in the sustainability issue. I'd pull out some data today just on USGBC projects, certified and registered projects. We have about 1,516 projects listed in the USGBC directory. Grand Rapids, for example, has 601 of those projects. Ann Arbor has, Ann Arbor has about 100. East Lansing has about 100 also, but 68 of them, actually, I think we have 92, but 68 of those are with the Deer Path project, where they registered each individual unit. So subtracting those out and then subtracting the MSU projects out, we only have about 10 projects. So we're really quite a ways behind, I think, our other communities on the sustainability thing. This is a unique approach. I don't think we have this in other communities. I really like the idea that it incentivizes. It's not punitive. There's no requirement for it. In fact, we really can't require these things. In Michigan, we have our single state code. So we could not adopt a building code, for example, which would encourage these types of activities or approaches to buildings. So I think this is a completely voluntary element, which provides some incentives if somebody wants to pursue this, and I think we can all support those incentives of sustainability and affordable housing. And that, so 1,000%, 100% support for this ordinance. One other correction too. I don't have a PhD, so I'm listed here as Dr. Mrzowski. So I'd like that corrected. For 50 years I've been correcting that in various organizations. So
Didn't get the thesis done.
when I finished architecture school, I had the terminal degree, and when I hired in at MSU, they viewed it as the terminal degree.
Thanks
so,
for
yeah.
your input.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Daphne O'Regan.
I'm Daphne O'Regan. Just in case everybody else is doing it, so I'm going to do it too. I served on the East Lansing School Board and the Transportation Commission. So I'm here about noisy cars, which should not come as not a surprise. But I felt that perhaps I had not made myself clear in the previous meeting. The Ann Arbor ordinance, which we seem to be adopting without much critical scrutiny at all, is severely flawed as far as East Lansing goes. I wouldn't know about Ann Arbor, because on the one hand, a major driver of pretextual stops, which is slight infractions of the speed limit, frequently due to different calibration of cars and police equipment, is omitted. And on the other hand, a well-known source of damage to public health is included, which is noisy cars. Noisy cars will be reduced to a level 2 violation, which means that they will not be able to be stopped alone, while minor speed infractions will remain a level 1 infraction. This is completely backwards because, for many reasons, but the two most obvious reasons are speed limits are a potential harm, whereas noise is medically and scientifically proven to be an actual harm. So the council should change this. In addition, minor infractions of the speed limit are pretextual, perhaps they could carve out elementary schools and middle schools where there might be like real danger, even if you're going 2 miles over the speed limit. But noise infractions are not pretextual, because pretextual in the context of this kind of thing means that there is no actual harm, and that the harm that's being sought, or whatever's happening, is independent of the reason for the stop. But that is not true of noisy cars, because it's very adequately documented on the National Institute of Health website that they are harmful. Then I wasn't going to address this, but the citizens are way ahead of the council on this, by the way. Citizens experience this harm all the time in their houses and when they're walking around. And it's dangerous for citizens. When I was on the Transportation Commission, I was really focused on bike and pedestrian safety. I was next to a place where there were sideshows going on for a while before MSU stopped it. And also, people harass other people by making loud noises when they don't agree with what people are doing, like driving in an inappropriately slow speed or whatever. So the last thing I wanted to say is I totally applaud the focus on preventing pretextual stops. They are a bad thing, and they shouldn't be tolerated. However, it's obvious, I would say, that any stop, whether it's pretextual or not, could be a product of implicit bias. I see no reason why noisy cars should be a greater product of implicit bias than any other stop made for legitimate reasons. I feel like it's a product of what people imagine to be true about noisy cars. I'm not aware of any data whatsoever that shows that any particular population is the primary driver of these cars. So, therefore, my recommendation to council is include as a level 2 infraction minor violations of the speed limit. What those are, you can determine, I guess, possibly excluding middle and elementary school zones, and omit from the list of pretextual of level 2 violations noisy cars.
Thank you for your input. Adam Wright?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, for listening to my public comments tonight. I'm Adam Wright from Midwest Strategy Group. We're a multi-client government relations firm that represents developers, local governments, and environmental organizations throughout the state of Michigan. Our goal is to effectively represent our clients by creating strategic economic development policies that encourage growth in communities. I'm happy to be here to provide support for Ordinance 1536 that provides amendments to the East Lansing zoning ordinances. After an initial mass timber proposal was considered over a year ago, the City Council tasked the Planning Commission with reviewing the proposal, and a study committee was formed to determine the best way forward. We're grateful for the extensive conversation and work of the study committee and the Planning Commission and the comprehensive proposal that's before you today. This comprehensive proposal that incentivizes the utilization of sustainable development is an amazing first step in attracting serious green developers into investing in East Lansing. We're particularly appreciative of the ability to highlight the use of mass timber in this proposal. While the utilization of mass timber is a relatively new concept in Michigan, it has been used effectively throughout the world for some time now. Highlighting it in the way that the study committee and planning commission did acknowledges the need to incentivize mass timber so that it will grow in use and will increase demand in our state. When this proposal is enacted, it will provide a good foundation for East Lansing to attract green and sustainable development. It will also make the city of East Lansing a true leader with mass timber by being the first city in Michigan to incentivize its use. Again, I'd like to thank the study committee and the planning commission for their diligent work on development of this proposal. As it was said earlier, it started out looking much differently, and because of the input of the people that were on the study committee and the planning commission, it really became a more organic process that developed into what you see today. And finally, I'd just like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the members of the City Council for your consideration of the proposal and ultimately your support of Ordinance 1536.
Thank you. Anybody in the queue?
We have 2 callers in the queue.
Go ahead, please.
Caller with the number ending 137, you're welcome to address council. Caller, you may need to unmute your phone. Caller, can you try to unmute your phone? Would you like me to move to the next?
Hi.
Yes.
Hi. Did you say ending in 137?
Yes. Please go ahead.
And I don't have a comment.
Okay.
So let's move ahead.
We'll
to the
move
next
ahead.
one,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you.
Caller with a number ending in 794, you're welcome to address council. Caller, do you wish to address council?
Yes, hello. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you so much for making time for me. I'm here to make a comment about Ordinance 1541. And this is an issue brought up repeatedly at the October 8, 2024 meeting. Noise from illegally modified and illegally operated vehicular exhaust systems.
Sir, could we have your name, please,
extraordinarily
for the
loud.
record?
Yes, sure. My name is James Deering. I'm a longtime East Lansing resident.
Thank you.
So such extraordinarily loud motorcycle and automobile noise raises quality of life issues and may have negative impacts on people's health. This sound pollution increases stress and trouble sleeping, which can exacerbate cardiovascular disease, mental health disorders, type 2 diabetes, and memory, attention, and concentration issues. Noise pollution is particularly problematic for vulnerable populations, including low and middle-income children, seniors, veterans suffering from PTSD, and those undergoing at-home healing. Pets also are stressed out by loud noises. This is not, as was suggested October 8, an issue of inequitable system considerations nor pretextual stops of vehicle drivers by police. The City of Detroit has recently dealt directly with this issue of motorcycles and automobiles that have been illegally modified to create noise that is louder than was the vehicle manufacturers are allowed to sell those vehicles with. To combat illegally modified loud cars, cities have implemented various strategies, including stricter noise ordinances with decibel limits, increased police enforcement with sound detection technology, designated inspection areas for vehicle exhaust systems, public awareness campaigns, and in some cases, the use of noise cameras to automatically capture violations. All are aimed at identifying and penalizing vehicles exceeding noise regulations. Police officers can use sound meters to measure a vehicle's noise level during traffic stops, allowing them to issue citations for violations. Some cities designate specific inspection points where vehicles can be checked for modified exhaust systems that could be causing excessive noise, and advanced technology like acoustic cameras can automatically detect loud vehicles and capture footage of the license plate, facilitating enforcement without the need for a police officer to be present. Therefore, I strongly suggest that City Council take a progressive stance on this issue and instruct our police department to begin intervening to stop this deleterious behavior by a few that ruins quality of life for the many, or at a minimum, amend the overly broad proposed Ordinance 1541 so that reference to the offense of loud noise by either removed from 1541 language or that it exempt those vehicles from not being stopped that have been illegally modified and operated, and that many of us hear night after night after night. Thank you.
Thanks for your input. Anybody else in the queue?
No other callers in the queue.
Okay, moving ahead with the agenda. Item 2.3, communications from the,
I'm sorry, but I arrived late because when I worked with the city, when I served with the city, it was at City Hall. So we were at City Hall first, and I just had a comment.
Would you come up to the podium and identify yourself, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jerry Sprague. I'm from the Bailey community, and I'm here to address the loud exhaust issue that is in Ordinance 1541. I'm a professional musician, and I have been for over 40 years, and the world has gotten louder. I mean, I've contributed to it, but the whole problem with cars and motorcycles is becoming severe. Just because I think the people that have these cars, it makes them feel special. Everyone wants to and needs to feel significant, but this is not good for any of us. And it's gotten so extreme that, like, when I perform and sing at Harper's on the deck on Wednesdays, there are times I have to stop because either there's a loud car or motorcycle, or cars and motorcycles that are either in the parking ramp across the street that are just getting off on the Echo and they're revving their engines, or as they're approaching Abbott Road, and I'm right there, you know, at the corner of Albert and Abbott, there'll be maybe a dozen motorcyclists, and it gets so loud, I just have to quit singing. I have to stop because I can't even hear myself. So, like I said, it's becoming more severe. My wife is a book narrator. The recording studio that we have in her house for her deadens sound within the studio so that there's no room ambience. So that's what you do for recorded books. But we can't stop sound from coming in. So this makes it very difficult for her to do her job. So these are the only things that I mean, I have some other ideas about this ordinance, but honestly, it seems to me that the loud exhaust doesn't belong in here. It's not the same as all the other stuff that's in here. And as everyone has said, the other people that have spoken here, we're all being affected by how loud things are. So thank you for your time.
Thanks for your input. Okay, now perhaps we can move on with the agenda to item 2.3, communications from council members. Ms. Watson.
All right. I would like to respect people's opinions. But I will say that our East Lansing Police Oversight Commission does have vacancies. The hope is that we get applicants that understand our purpose. And I admit to being on the team that has seated and appointed some people who it wasn't the best experience for them because there's some additional vetting that needs to be done, because one of the purposes of our Independent Police Oversight Commission is to address racial inequities. And so if we have to convince someone who joins our commission that it even exists, like that's a problem. And so we do have vacancies. We are looking for people who understand that there are racial inequities that exist across systems, including our criminal justice system. And I think it's, someone brought up an interesting point recently, which is, our police are essentially pulling people over that they have a problem with, or to find a problem. And so I think it's interesting that we also then have a police oversight commission that's looking for problems in those pullovers. There's a lot that comes with any person that is allowed to carry anything that gives deadly force. I mean, I don't know what other positions are publicly funded that can do that. And so it's owed to our community that we've got eyes on it and that we're open to conversation. And I mean, if and when we come to the conclusion that our East Lansing Police Department needs no further work and is perfect, it is time for us to fill that seat then with someone that will continue to encourage our police officers to have better experiences with all people. And like I said, the race inequities do exist. They exist across systems. And that's the hard work of our Independent Police Oversight Commission. And our police officers, just like the people they pull over and talk to or arrest or do whatever which is within their protocol to do, we're all human. And so as humans, sometimes if I'm having a bad day, I might be more likely to show my biases towards people. And so we're just encouraging our police officers with extra eyes and having discussions around, could there be better protocol? Could there be better training? Can people have a more equitable experience no matter who they are, no matter where they're coming from, no matter where they are neurologically? And so again, I feel very strongly about our Oversight Commission. And I guess I also want to say, going into the conversations about the ordinance or the proposal 1541 and the loud exhausts, it would be nice to hear more recognition on the purpose, and that is, again, racial inequities. And some of us have been far too complicit in that some people are given a harder time than other people. And so I encourage myself and council members and the community to fight for those people as well, and also think about what that means regarding how comfortable and how privileged you are. Thank you.
Dr. Altman.
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Meadows.
A couple of things. In another capacity, I've been advised of a proposal on the Ann Arbor, an Ann Arbor ballot proposal for the creation of a sustainable energy utility within the city. Essentially, this is an overlay utility that would only purchase renewable energy, electricity produced by renewable energy. And I'm going to pass this down after our meeting is over, but I would like us to take a look at, and particularly the city attorney, as to how we might approach something like this, and of course, to take a look at the costs so that we could determine as to whether it really makes sense, and that it would be less expensive electric service for the members of our community. As everybody knows, we're already complaining about a price increase for electricity that we had a presentation on during the discussion-only meeting last week, but that we were really not involved in any way, and we should have been meaningfully involved in the discussion as to whether that was necessary and the impact it will have on all the members of our community who buy their power from BWL. And that's not everybody, but that's the vast majority of our members. And then I'd like to also just comment sort of as a follow-up to Councilmember Watson's comments on LAPOC. I do not believe that LAPOC should be dissolved. And I think that when I look at that, even if we had a perfect police department, we all know there are no perfect ordinances, there are no perfect statutes, there are no perfect rules or regulations. And I would say that the vast majority of the work that is done by LAPOC is not accusatory. It is designed to improve. And so to the extent that we look at rules and regulations that may not address an issue, then we can make those changes, even if it isn't really an issue for that particular department. So I think that the work being done there is calculated to improve, not to accuse or determine that we have a racist police department, but there are circumstances which we have to address so that nobody is accusing us of that. And so I agree with your comments that, we need to go forward with this. And things will change over a period of time anyway. This is a brand new commission in real time, only a few years old. And, let's see how this works out over a period of time. This will be a far different commission in 10 years with changes that are probably going to be made as a result of some of their recommendations.
Ms. Ebersol Singh.
Yes, a couple things. One, just a reminder that 3 weeks from today is the election, so make a plan to vote. There's lots of options. Vote by mail, vote in person, the early voting center, so just make a plan to vote. Two is there is an Arts Commission meeting this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. here at the Hanna Center for those that may be interested to join us in those discussions. And we also have the homecoming parade. The homecoming parade this Friday evening, so hopefully the weather will hold out for us, and it's always a great time to spend some time downtown enjoying our businesses as well. And I know the last thing, as we've had some public comment this evening, as well as colleagues here talking about LEPOC, I do want to, I was kind of hearkening back to when we hosted Renee Myers, and part of her talks were focused on holding space for discussions and recognizing that as humans, we all come from different places and have different experiences, but have value in having that conversation. And regardless of what the topic is, that I know is how I learn most, is talking and hearing from public comment. And I just would encourage, for those who have not or did not get a chance to see Renee Myers when she was in town, to work through the website. I think we have it on. Do we post it? The Renee Myers talk, did we post it? No. We didn't. Okay. Well, we'll figure out a way to make sure that's available to the public, because it was a really great sessions. Thank you.
The mayor has no comment tonight. Mr. City Manager.
So tonight I wanted to recognize an employee, Wendy Sylvester Rowan, who works for the Community Economic Development Department or Division and is an artist. And Wendy spent some time adding color and her art to the stairwell at M.A.C. Garage. And so sometimes this work goes unrecognized, and so I thought tonight we would display some of that work and call her out and say thank you for the talent and the time she puts in.
That's it? That's all you got?
That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Chubb, anything?
On the agenda this evening. Thank
you, sir. Consent agenda, Mr. City Manager.
So I have a light consent agenda. Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. The first item is 3.1 is approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards and commissions. Appoint Aurles Wiggins to the Housing Commission for a partial term ending December 31st, 2024. Appoint Evan Stowell to the University Student Commission for a partial term expiring September 30th, 2025. Appoint Elizabeth Rockhouse to the University Student Commission for a partial term expiring September 30th, 2025. Appoint Michael Krutziger to the Senior Commission for a partial term expiring December 31st, 2025. Reappoint Garrett Garcia to the Youth Commission for a full term ending August 31st, 2025. Reappoint John Perry to the Building Board of Appeals for a full term ending December 31st, 2027, and reappoint Ellen Durar to the Building Board of Appeals for a full term ending December 31st, 2027, and waive the two-term limit for good cause. 3.2 is approve a street closure for M.A.C. Avenue and Burcham Drive to Linden Street from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Tuesday, October 29, 2024, for Michigan State University Fraternity and Sorority Life's Safe Halloween event.
Can we have a motion on the consent agenda, please?
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
Moved by Watson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Meadows. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 4.1, a public hearing by City Council to consider Ordinance 1536, amendments to the zoning ordinance, Chapter 50 of the City Code, to incentivize certain building forms and materials by permitting additional building height or number of units, allow upper floor residential uses in certain business zone districts, and permit mass timber production or manufacturing in industrial zone districts. For the benefit of the public, we'll have a presentation from staff, and then I will open the public hearing. Anybody that wants to speak during the public hearing can do so, and then we will close the public hearing, and the City Council will take action or no action. A typical process would involve that this has a public hearing tonight, and then we move it to another business agenda in the future to actually vote on the potential changes. So, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Landon Bartley, your principal planner. This ordinance 1536 is proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance that would pertain to mass timber. As you know, the Planning Commission received a presentation from Michigan State University, the Mass Timber Program, in July of 2023, discussing mass timber as a construction form, its potential benefits. At the same time, the Commission received a proposal to amend the zoning ordinance by changing the approval process for mass timber buildings. And Mr. Wright spoke earlier about that, that specific proposal. What's before you today, I just want to be very clear, is a completely different proposal than what the Planning Commission saw last year. The mayor requested that the Planning Commission, that the item go back to the Planning Commission to consider the appropriate approach to mass timber. The Commission convened a study committee in January of this year, and that study committee started meeting soon after and wrapped up in May of this year with recommendations. That committee included representatives from the Planning Commission, from the Commission on the Environment, Building Board of Appeals, East Lansing Downtown Development Authority, M.A.C. Mass Timber, and Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters and Millwrights. We also had several members of staff from the Planning Department, Department of Public Works, and there were also several non-voting participants, including Adam Wright from Midwest Strategy Group, David Pearson from McClelland and Anderson, who is now retired. And those non-voting participants were the only people in the room or associated with the committee who were paid by private interests. None of the voting members of the committee were. I also want to just call out briefly, in the room we have Sandra Lupian from M.A.C. Mass Timber, Mr. Tim Rozowski from representing the Building Board of Appeals. Thank you for your comments. And also I mentioned Adam Wright from Midwest Strategy Group, who gave comments to the committee but was not a voting member. And all three of them may be available for questions after my presentation if you have them. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of these proposed amendments at their meeting on August 28th. The Downtown Development Authority unanimously recommended approval on August 22nd. Unfortunately, the letter from the DDA mentioning this didn't make it into the packet last week. That has been added to the packet, so that is in your packet this evening. I apologize it wasn't in there earlier. And the Commission on the Environment also discussed this proposal at their meeting on September 16th. They sent a letter that stopped short of recommending approval or denial, but rather suggested the Council consider whether the point values are appropriate and if the 2009 green building policy could be wrapped into the recommendation. As I mentioned, we did have a representative from the Commission on Environment on the committee. We had a lot of in-depth discussion on the committee about the point values and the green building policy for what it's worth. The 2009 green building policy is attached to the letter from the COE that's in your packet. And that policy is intended to be a topic of some in-depth discussion for the upcoming Green Code Study Committee, which I expect the Planning Commission will convene next week and may begin meeting potentially as soon as November of this year. Also in your packet are several letters of support. Those are from 2023 from various elected officials and also organizations, Nature Conservancy, for example, Forestry Council, that speaks in support of mass timber in general, but are not related or contemplating this specific proposal. So those letters of support are for mass timber. In general, to I guess go over the proposal, the highlights I think of what's proposed here as an incentive are an earn and spend system. So a developer could earn points by proposing green building methods, affordable housing units, or both, and they would earn incentive points with those. They would then spend those points on additional stories of the building or reduced lot area per unit or both. I have a couple scenarios that to sort of illustrate how this could work out in real life. If we can bring those up on the screen, please. So on the screen, I'm showing sort of the way that a developer could earn points. The point values as proposed are for the green building categories. LEED Platinum or LEED Gold could earn you 1 point for the LEED Gold certification, 2 for Platinum. You could also earn 2 for the net zero certification of a building, or 3 for mass timber. There's also a way that you can earn points under affordable housing. You could earn 1 point by providing 50% or more of your units being priced at or below 60% AMI, 60% of the area median income. Or you could receive 2 points if you have 50% or more of your units that are priced at or below 30% of area median income. The point values, I would say, in sort of response to the Commission on Environment's concerns, as I mentioned, were subject of a lot of discussion among the committee members. I think it's reasonable to say that there was a specific interest in mass timber. That was why the committee was convened in the first place, and a lot of interest in sort of expertise about mass timber, which I think is why the green building methods are sort of assigned points as proposed. As far as the points for affordable housing units, those points were sort of meant to recognize the cost of providing affordable housing units for a developer, and it's particularly at those levels. I want to mention as well, there is a bonus provision where if a developer were to propose either net zero or mass timber and also one of the affordable housing points, then they could earn one additional bonus point on top of that. I also want to mention that in our sort of core downtown area right now, we do have a diverse housing requirement whereby 25% of, for mixed use developments with a residential component, we currently have the requirement, and again, this is in sort of the core downtown, Collingwood, Grand River to Abbott to Albert, being east, south, west, and north. 25% of those units must be either owner-occupied, affordable for low to moderate income individuals, or for 55 plus. So that diverse housing requirement isn't proposed to be affected by this, the current proposed amendment. The current proposed amendment would be applicable in the B3 downtown zoning district, but also in several other zone districts around the town. And I'll get into this a little more on the next slide, but then the developer could then spend those incentive points that they've earned on either reducing their minimum lot area per dwelling unit requirement by 5% per point, up to 25%. And again, I'd like to go through these in some detail in the scenarios. In certain districts, so reduction of the minimum lot area requirement in the RM, which is a multifamily residential zone district, or the EV, East Village zone district. They could also, in certain zone districts, the B business zone districts, B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, or also in the EV, East Village District, OIP, Office Industrial Park, or the RM54, that high-density multifamily district. They could propose additional height, building height of up to one story per point with limits. In certain districts, you could only have one additional story. In some, two. In the B3, which is the downtown, or the East Village District, more points than one or two, up to the maximum height allowance currently in the zoning ordinance. So in the scenarios that we have before you, the first scenario is a hypothetical new building proposed in downtown East Lansing. This is B3 zoning, city center, in which there's a minimum height requirement of 4 stories for new buildings. There's a maximum height allowed by right of 112 feet, which is generally 8 stories. Our current ordinance allows the City Council, under special use procedures, to allow a building height of up to 140 feet in the downtown district, the B3 zoning. In the core district, where I mentioned, bounded by Albert to the north, Collingwood to the east, Grandover to the south, and Abbott to the west, in that core area, our ordinance currently allows City Council to approve building heights up to 160 feet, again through special use provisions. So in this hypothetical scenario, we have a developer who can look at this menu of options and consider which incentive points they want to seek. And the table sort of describes what the developers can look at to choose what might make the most sense for their project. Perfect. So the slide we have up right now is sort of the result. The developer in this case has chosen, as an example, to construct a mass timber building with 50%, at least 50% of their units priced at or below 60% area median income. This would mean that they would gain 3 points from mass timber, 1 point for the 60% AMI level of affordability. And again, because they're doubling between having both mass timber and affordability, we give them 1 extra point. So in this scenario, they would earn 5 points. In the B3 zone district, their way to spend those points essentially is on additional stories, up to the maximum height limit currently allowed by the zoning ordinance. So in this case, they could propose 5 additional stories. They've earned 5 points. They could then propose 5 additional stories on top of the 112-foot existing height limit that's permitted by right. So we could see from essentially from 8 stories up to 13 stories. Again, not exceeding what's currently allowed by ordinance with City Council approval. The difference is that they would be earning those points and spending them during the planning process before they come for land use approval, and that would give them some certainty about their building design before they start going through the approval process, which could essentially help a lot with the design process and give them greater certainty. In our second proposed scenario, we have a new building that's proposed in the RM54. This is a higher density, it's university-oriented, multiple family zone district. So it's essentially the highest density multifamily zone district that we have. The hypothetical new building is proposed in this district, not on a major street. Within this zone district, there is currently an allowance for up to 4 stories or 50 feet of maximum height. On a major street, that could potentially go up to 8 stories or 90 feet, allowed by special use permit. For the purposes of this scenario, I'm suggesting that we have this not on a major street, so their maximum height allowance would be 4 stories. Also in this RM54 zone district, there's a bit of a range of minimum lot square footage requirements per unit. That ranges from 600 square feet of lot area required per unit for an efficiency unit, all the way up to 1,000 square feet of lot area required for a three or more bedroom unit. So the developer can then look at their incentive points and decide which one makes the most sense given my project parameters. So the result for this scenario is that the developer says, okay, what makes most sense for me in this project at this time is I will propose a net zero building, which will earn them 2 points, and also will propose that 50% or more of my units will be priced at or below 30% AMI, which also earns 2 points because of the bonus provision where you're doubling up on net zero and also affordability. That would give them 1 bonus point, so they get a total of 5 points. In this case, they can spend those points on additional stories or a reduction of minimum lot area per dwelling unit, so essentially getting more units in a slightly larger building. Under the current proposal before you today, the number of additional stories that the developer could spend these points on is 1 in the RM54 zone district. The committee discussed this in quite a bit of detail and said, we don't want to be seeing much taller buildings popping up around town. So we'll limit the height that's allowable to be exceeded using these points to 1 story in certain districts, 2 stories in the more intense business districts, and in downtown in the EV districts where you have the existing taller buildings, more than that. So this hypothetical developer in the RM54 zone district says, I see that I can spend these points on up to 1 additional story in the RM54, which is what they choose to do. They have 4 points left over, and they then would spend those on a total of a 20% reduction in lot area per unit within that RM district, which ends up being a meaningful incentive to them. I think this is not a simple ordinance, but this is what the committee came up with as far as what would be a meaningful incentive that we can offer to developers to sort of bring about these policy priorities that are contemplated in this, and specifically being green building methods or affordable units or both. With that, I'd love to entertain any questions. I mentioned we also have some subject matter experts in the audience who are participating in the committee. They'd be willing to answer questions as well, either now or during the public hearing.
Yeah, questions for staff only. Any questions for staff only? Go ahead.
I'm very familiar with regional average wage or ALICE wages. What is the area of AMI?
This is proposed to be the Lansing regional area.
Lansing M.A.C.
Mm-hmm.
Lansing region. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Yes, sir, Dr. Ullman.
And developers were involved in this process, so they were able to confirm that these incentives would be meaningful.
Generally not. As part of the committee discussion, that was based on committee members' knowledge of developers and how the development process works. I have spoken to several developers in general about this proposal. They've looked at it and have said, this is interesting. I'm not sure how I'd apply this quite now. They haven't really contemplated mass timber too much. They certainly said the way to get projects to pencil out sometimes is to allow a larger building or more units or both. And based on that, we propose these incentives.
And the spending points on reduced lot area per dwelling unit is basically a way to get the building to be denser for a given lot area. Okay.
That's correct.
Any other questions for staff? What I'm going to call the set-asides for the 30% figure, are those permanent?
That would be for 20 years.
Only 20 years?
Correct. For the affordable housing pricing, is that?
Yes.
Just to clarify,
yeah.
Yes, 20 years.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I now declare the public hearing to consider Ordinance 1536, amendments to the zoning ordinance, Chapter 50 of the City Code, to incentivize certain building forms and materials by permitting additional building height or number of units, allow upper floor residential units in certain business zone districts, and permit mass timber production or manufacturing in industrial zone districts open. Is there anybody that wants to address the council in this public hearing? Yes, ma'am. Yes, doctor, I'm sorry.
Nope, I'm not a doctor either. But I am Sandra Lupian, and I have a master
Yeah, you know,
in public policy.
I'm sure you do. I mean,
but I'm not a doctor, and I always correct it too, Tim. It's always
I'm
so
always
awkward.
taking shots at East Lansing. I just assumed the group is Includes
No,
doctors.
I haven't earned that honorific, but many of my
I'm sorry.
colleagues
Go ahead.
have.
Go ahead.
But I'm Sandra Lupien, and I'm the director of a program at Michigan State University called Mass Timber at MSU, which is focused on leveraging research, education, stakeholder engagement, communications, as well as ideas about public policy to help support the advancement of sustainable mass timber construction and manufacture in Michigan, the Great Lakes region, and beyond. And we work in close partnership and with funding support from Michigan DNR, particularly because, and MEDC as well, particularly because the state has an interest in seeing mass timber manufacture take place in Michigan, because we are the fifth most heavily forested state in the United States. 53% of our land mass is covered with trees, and we have a declining forest products industry. From the construction side, of course, mass timber is seen as a significantly more sustainable way to build large buildings. It is often significantly more efficient. And from the health and well-being perspective of occupants, there's research that proves that being exposed to natural materials like wood in buildings increases mental health, improves productivity, and a general sense of well-being. So there's all these reasons that MSU and others are excited about mass timber. I wanted to first correct something that my friend Landon mentioned in the beginning. Mass Timber at MSU did not bring the original proposal to the city. The original proposal was brought by representatives of Midwest Strategy Group. We did speak with Midwest Strategy Group as they were working with a lot of different stakeholders to develop that policy, to advise on what might be sound measures to take, but we did not bring that policy, and we are not Midwest Strategy Group's client. We are an entity at MSU that works to educate and provide technical support to the advancement of sustainable mass timber production and manufacture, or construction and manufacture. So I really wanted to make that clear. I was like, no. But I wanted to now talk a little bit about why this ordinance came to be in discussion, why this committee was formed, and some things about maybe why the point structure as well. So mass timber is gaining popularity across the country. Demand for mass timber has quintupled in the United States since 2018, and we now have 50 mass timber buildings in the project pipeline in Michigan, and those are in various stages of completion, construction, design, and some of them will happen, and some of them will not. And part of what we do at MSU is work with the developers and the architects and the engineers and the construction managers who are working to build those buildings. And we have had conversations with and ongoing relationships, including providing technical support with hundreds of people who work on this in Michigan. And what we know is that this is a new technology, and as with any new green technology, there is a real cost premium and a perceived cost premium. And when that happens, typically public policies come into play to help advance adoption of that new technology. And that's where we are with mass timber right now. I mean, what we see with mass timber in particular is that because it is a custom product, and this is like getting really in the weeds, and I'm so sorry about that, but it is a custom product. And because of that, it is not included in the cost estimating tools that construction managers use. So there's a lot of extra effort and collaboration that happens in the pre-construction process. And for folks who aren't in construction, that's the part of the building a building process that happens before you put a shovel in the ground. So developers who are like, oh, I would like to build a mass timber building because I think it's more sustainable, or I think it's more beautiful, or I think maybe it will have, be more marketable, often are discouraged from doing so because of that process, and because the cost estimator doesn't understand how to accurately incorporate some of the efficiencies associated with mass timber. When I talk to developers and architects and construction managers, they all say, are there grants and incentives available to support mass timber adoption yet? Are there any policies in place or zoning ordinances? And I'm always like, well, no, not yet in Michigan. So this was meant to address that. One of the things that I know is that there's a policy that this was modeled on in Emeryville, California, so it exists. There's one in New Haven that's very similar. So while East Lansing would be going first in Michigan, it is not like doing this, like inventing the wheel. It's looking at something that's already happened. And so that was really taken into account. The reason I believe we all agreed to the 3 points for mass timber was that we know that other incentives exist for creating affordable housing. We know that other incentives exist for reducing operational carbon associated with buildings, right? But they don't yet exist for mass timber. So there's nothing you can stack to move mass timber. So I think that is kind of how we arrived at that additional point for mass timber. And I think that's important. And I also think it's important to note that as Landon outlined, there are a number of other activities, LEED certification, net zero carbon certification, as well as the affordable housing element of this that I think make this a better proposal than it originally was, and something that speaks to a variety of different needs and approaches for reducing the carbon impact of buildings, but also making housing more accessible in certain areas of East Lansing, which is critical, critical, critical. And I really appreciate the fact that when we build with mass timber, when we build with the sustainable construction material, we're providing higher quality housing. So making that accessible by combining that with affordable housing, to me, is a big win. So I don't want to spend any more time saying a lot of things, but I just wanted to provide that context for you about where this kind of came from and where some of the key elements came from, and also about the momentum that's growing in Michigan around mass timber. We're being seen as a leader in the nation, and particularly in the Great Lakes region, in the mass timber space, and really providing new ordinances and policies that help remove barriers to building in this new, more sustainable, more beautiful way can be very helpful. And so I just wanted to thank you for considering what this committee came up with. And I know you're probably not allowed to ask me questions, but if you want to,
Yes,
I'm here.
we are.
Oh, good. Please ask.
I have a question for you. Based on your education and experience and expertise, what is your opinion as to the current percentage of mass timber products that are manufactured in the United States of America and available for these construction projects, as opposed to the percentage of products, mass timber products, from overseas or any other country?
Yeah, so it's growing, but we still have a gap to fill in the domestic production of mass timber. We're seeing more capacity come online in the United States all the time. There's a lot of manufacture in the Pacific Northwest. There's a growing amount in the Southeast United States, and this is because of this particular species and the availability of those materials to move into mass timber manufacture. And then in Canada, we're seeing some manufacture. A lot of the materials that are being used or are contracted to be used in Michigan buildings are coming from St. Thomas, Ontario, which is the very closest manufacturer to Michigan. And a lot of the reason that's happening is because the construction managers who represent their developer clients want materials from as close to Michigan as possible. And they ask all the time, can we get mass timber from Michigan? And I'm like, not yet, but we're working on that, right? And that's part of why we're seeing this increase in demand. And as we are able to demonstrate more demand, we will see mass timber production start taking place in Michigan. The Department of Natural Resources is building a building in the Upper Peninsula. It's almost done, and it's a mass timber building, and DNR insisted that they wanted to use Michigan wood in that building in order to demonstrate that you can use Michigan wood in mass timber. So they contracted with a manufacturer from out of state, sourced the wood from Buer Lumber here in Michigan, had the out-of-state manufacturer do the research and development, product testing, and certification to bring that product to reality. And now those mass timber panels made from Michigan red pine are in this new building in the UP. So that making mass timber from Michigan wood has now been de-risked, which is a key step in drawing someone here to make it. So we want that too. And that's part of why I think this ordinance includes the ability to produce mass timber in this region as well. Which was not something we that we brought to the table at all. That just ended up in there.
If you don't mind, with all due respect to you, based on your education, training, and expertise, what is your expert opinion as to the percentage of mass timber products that are currently produced in the United States of America?
The percentage of overall mass timber
Yes.
products. I don't know the answer to that question offhand,
Okay.
but I can find that
Based
for
on what you just told me, would a reasonable estimate be less than 10%?
Maybe.
Okay.
We need more.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, sir.
I have a follow-up question, if you don't mind. You mentioned New Haven, Connecticut, and someplace in California. What was that place?
Emeryville, California. It's in the East Bay next to Oakland.
And can you provide us with copies of their ordinances similar to ours that you referred to?
Yes, I believe Landon has them in his records, but we can work
Okay.
together to make sure
Well,
that's
as long as
available for
we're-
you.
They can be provided to us by anybody, so we'll get them from Landon.
We'll make
Thank
sure
you.
he has them.
Other questions? Yes, Dr. Ullman.
So our Commission on the Environment evaluated this proposal and had, this is my words, some mixed reviews about just how sustainable the mass timber construction process is. And they referred to an article by the World Resource Institute, titled which is Wood is not the climate-friendly building material some claim it to be. And they go through a series of points, and one of them is that the demand for mass timber could end up essentially reducing the total number of trees, which is counterproductive. Could you address that particular issue and other concerns that you may have heard about how this technology is maybe not so green?
Yes, and yes, I'm familiar with that article also. It's unusual in the body of research related to mass timber and sustainability, I think, the position that they take and the way that they modeled it. There are many ways to model these things. Obviously, when we're talking about any forest product, we want to make sure that we're having sustainable practices to access the feedstock that we need for that. In the United States right now, we are growing significantly more wood per year than we're harvesting. And in many areas of the country, we are losing significantly more wood to wildfire and pest infestation, which are related to having too many trees per acre in forests, actually, than we are growing in those areas per year. So it's a little bit more complicated, I think, than we're thinking about it. But here's what I know. There used to be forest management practices in the United States up until the late 1960s, early 70s that were very unsustainable and that were not focused on forest resilience, that were not focused on sustainability, and were not focused on regeneration. And there was a lot of activism that transformed those forest management policies. The people who are working in forestry and forest management now, and most of the people who are doing research on the sustainability of forestry and forest products in the United States would agree that our forest management practices right now are protecting forests from things like deforestation, are absolutely protecting forests from things like land conversion to other uses, and actually having sustainable forest products being sourced from forest lands provides another incentive not to convert those lands to other uses. So I would suggest that there's a lot of evidence pointing to the fact that having a relationship between forests and products that is based on regeneration and sustainability is very beneficial to maintaining the benefits of forests. And we also need to keep an eye on what we're doing and make sure that we're not changing and flipping what's actually happening on forests so that it's detrimental. And I think we need to look to policy to make sure that we're doing that. But at this stage, the people who are mostly speaking and writing on this matter believe that we have enough wood to do this. We don't have this, like, it's different across different parts of the country, you know. Forest management contexts in the Pacific Northwest and California are different from what they are in Michigan, and we need to be conscious about that and be harvesting correctly and responsibly based on those forest contexts. But overall, the understanding is there is enough wood.
And a follow-up question, and pardon the question, but could
Please.
you characterize where the funding for your institute comes from?
Yes, and we're not a formal institute, we're a program. We're a collaboration across the Department of Forestry, the School of Planning, Design, and Construction, and MSU Extension. We receive funding, project-specific funding for research that we're doing, curriculum development that we're doing from organizations like the U.S. Forest Service, the National Science Foundation, and then we also receive funding for research and outreach and stakeholder engagement work from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. Those are our main sources.
Your main sources?
Yes.
Are there industry sources also?
No, I have not received any industry funding, except for sponsorship of specific events in small amounts.
Anything else? for the speaker? Thank you for coming. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thanks for
Yeah.
the questions and
Any-
for listening.
Yep, thank you. Anybody else want to speak during the public hearing? Sure.
Just a couple of points. Tim Rosowski again. One thing I think that we actually really have a very elite group of researchers who have really accomplished a lot in this field. And I think personally that I think having this type of incentive program would really do a lot to promote those efforts. I mean, I think it'd be a great accomplishment. We don't really see the mass timber provisions. I don't know, it just maybe a few cities are beginning to dabble in that. So that's just a general comment that I don't think you realize the resource we have in the people, not me, but Sandra and Dr. Berghorn and others, the work that they're doing. They've been very successful at getting grants in this area, and I think it would just kind of support that effort. I want to make a different comment, and that was about, I could speak passionately about any one of these elements, whether it's LEED or net zero or mass timber or affordable housing. I'm passionate about all of these. You know, it seems like sort of a buffet that somebody could grab one piece of or two pieces or whatever. And I think that's fine. The way this morphed from mass timber into the buffet of different incentives was that I think a lot of people on the committee brought different motivations to the work here. And I know a number of years ago we had an effort in terms of looking at how to incentivize LEED for projects. And so I think the people in the committee saw this as an opportunity to, there's a better approach to combine them into buffet rather than every year come back with some other zoning change to support some other sustainable approach. So that's how it morphed from mass timber into these other elements. And then I want to make a general comment. None of these buildings, whether it's net zero or whether it's mass timber or LEED, none of these buildings are easy to do. And one of the kind of the non-sustainable benefits would be is these buildings turn out to be really nice buildings. They turn out to be nice buildings because they're hard to do. They require an expert design team. And personally, that was one of my motivations for the committee is I want to see great buildings in East Lansing that people are writing about, that they're talking about. You know, I'd like to be a leader. I'd like people to look up and say, wow, did you see that thing in East Lansing? We don't have those types of projects. So that was kind of my personal motivation, which was kind of on the same par or the same level of whether it was a sustainable element or something. But I would like to incentivize creativity and thoughtful approaches to design in the city of East Lansing. And I think any one of these measures, you know, I was the lead AP for a school project in Italy where we built an elementary school. We got the first LEED Platinum building in the world for LEED Platinum school in the world outside of the US. These are hard to do, and they require a very collaborative team, a very creative team to solve these. It's equal for mass timber or LEED or net zero. None of these buildings are easy to do. Part of the incentive here is to give the developer some assurance that if they invest the time to kind of invent the building and to approach the building design, that they'll have some benefit from that to offset some of their efforts. So I think for me, we're going to end up, well, first of all, I don't think in terms of wood, we might get one mass timber building, or might get two mass timber buildings, probably won't deplete the wood source. So we're not talking about hundreds or thousands of buildings. We're talking about that we may get one or two examples of any of these. But I think it would establish us as a leader.
Thank you. Thanks for your input. Anybody else want to address the?
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Tim, for Tim?
Yes, for the speaker.
Tim, if you come back to that.
Could I get your take on, you started to address this, but I'd like you to maybe say a little bit more if you can. The 3 points for mass timber and 2 points for LEED Platinum seems to me disproportionate. But I wasn't in on all the discussions, so could you comment on that? And the context for the question is, LEED is a comprehensive building design process that addresses not just the sustainability, but also the workspace and the functioning of the building overall. And mass timber is seems to me to be more focused on the building technology, although I understand it goes beyond that because it affects building aesthetics and so forth. So could you address why you think that balance is appropriate?
In terms of the point spread, I think you're right. We had this conversation about which of these systems would address more components or more aspects of it. And I think the discussions focused at LEED, as an example, started in 1999, so it has a 25-year history. So although those projects they'll touch on more sustainable points, I think the methods of doing them or understanding the processes are probably better known. So we had this conversation and we said, okay, well, mass timber is newer and the practices are not well known. So that's kind of how we came up with that distribution system. So I mean, we had a lot of discussions about how to weight the points, and this is what we eventually, as a committee, arrived at.
So that suggests that in some number of years, when mass timber becomes a more practiced technology, we should be prepared to adjust those different point.
Oh, I think
codes.
so. Or there could be other sustainable practices that we don't know about yet, or that are would gain popularity. So yeah, I think it'd be something that could be revisited.
And then a question that I wanted to direct to someone, but I will direct it to you since you're here. So we've had a lot of discussion about stormwater management recently, right? And you are on the front lines of that particular issue on
right.
Grove Street. Do we need to be thinking more about how these new sort of stormwater constraints that burst into our consciousness over the summer need to factor into this? So do we need to add points for a green roof, for example?
Well, yes. First of all, I have very strong opinions on what we should be doing with the drain code. I mean, the number one approach is we need to require our development projects to manage their own stormwater on site with detention or retention. East Lansing, it's one of the few communities where I do architectural projects where we really don't seem to require that. And I wasn't really in favor of the moratorium when it was discussed, but I would be very much in favor of requiring all development projects, commercial development projects, not a single family home, to manage their stormwater on site. To your point, LEED has a number of points, and stormwater and water quality are embedded in a number of the credits there. So I think that a project that pursued LEED to get LEED Platinum is a very high threshold, and you don't get it easily. I mean, you have to really go for and achieve virtually all the energy points, and most projects are going to pursue the stormwater management, green roofs, stormwater collection, either rainwater collection and use, gray water use. So those projects would definitely have a benefit from the stormwater issue.
And from your perspective, is that sufficient to address the current set of needs that are very apparent for us? Or is there more we could do in the context of it?
I think we have to address with the drain codes separately.
And you think that would be best done in the drain code, not, I mean, the alternative that I heard people saying is we want to incentivize things. So do we want to add incentives to improve stormwater management of large buildings in the downtown, for example?
Well, I mean, you do have them with the one system with LEED here, so you have that. But separately, I don't think you need to be incentivized to handle your own stormwater. Okay. I mean, it's what's required in virtually every community. It always amazed me that in East Lansing, we could design a building in a parking lot and just dump the water, into a catch basin or directly into the street. I never understood that because most communities are not that way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Of course.
Yeah. Can you send me if you have them, the names of a couple of communities you consider hit the bullseye on that you've dealt with that require stormwater management on site?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's Lansing Township, it's Meridian Township, it's Farmington. I just did a building in Lansing Township. We have to have a stormwater, either a detention or retention basement. So the idea there is you collect the water, you hold that water, and then you release it at non-peak times. Those are, I mean, the very routine practices. It's, if you go out and you look at, let's say a Walgreens store, and they have, that looks at that little wetland in the front there, that's what they're doing. They're holding water, and then we have a restricted pipe which delays the outflow of that water. So that all that water that's collected can't flow out immediately into the system. So it's released over time because it has a restricted pipe. Now, the next project I do in East Lansing, it might tip me off that I have to do this now, but it really is common practice. Now, back to Councilmember comments here too. A lot of these systems, of course, improve not only the quantity of outflow, but also the quality, because there's a natural filtering in that, so sediments in that will settle out into that either retention or detention system.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Anybody else wish to address us with regard to the public hearing on Ordinance 1536? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Are there questions for staff at this point? Seeing none, I assume the sense of the council is we will have this on our next business agenda for what I'll inartfully refer to as a second reading or second session. Okay. Any questions directed to staff in the meantime? If you have them, please email them to staff so we can get a head start on that, please. Thank you, sir. Appreciate all your efforts on this. No, we're done. Thanks. The public hearing's over. You're happy to clarify with anybody you want to clarify by email or whatever, but thanks for coming, Tim, but we got to move ahead here. And maybe off the record we could do that, Tim? Okay, I'd like to move on to the business agenda. Item 5.1, consideration of the ratification of a change order in accordance with the cost-sharing agreement with the Michigan Department of Transportation, MDOT, for the Burcham Road Rehabilitation Project in the amount of $190,000, and authorize the city manager to sign. Gentlemen.
Good evening, Council. Ron Lacoste, Interim Director of Public Works, and I also have with me Bob Shireman, who is our retired engineering administrator. He's actually here with me for the next item, but he kindly came back when Nicole McPherson left. I asked him to come back, and he graciously accepted to help us out. So the item you have before you here is similar to the change order I brought at the last regular meeting. It's the ratification of a change order for the Burcham Drive project. Similar to that project, we have to sign a cost-sharing agreement with the Michigan Department of Transportation based on the engineering estimate before the project is bid. And in this bidding climate, that bid also came in higher than that original estimate. And then in addition to that, because of the project that's going on right now, which is the Berkshire King White Hills Drive project, we figured out that the Berkshire water main had to go out into Burcham Drive to make a connection to the water main. So we did that connection and extended into Berkshire as part of the Burcham Drive project so that we wouldn't have to dig up the new pavement for this project. So that added the $54,000 of the 190 being asked for. The 130,000 is the difference in the bid. Here to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for staff? I move that we approve the change order in accordance with the cost-sharing agreement with MDOT in the amount of $190,000, which includes a project contingency of $6,524.22, and authorize the city manager to so sign. Is there a second?
Second.
Everybody seconds it. Wow, we're moving ahead here. Seconded by Ms. Eversole Singh. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 5.2, consideration of the recommendation to City Council to approve and authorize the city manager to submit the EGLE, CWS, RF loan applications and related documents to appoint the Director of Public Works or interim acting Director of Public Works as the, quote, authorized representative, end quote, for the fiscal year 2025 CWSRF loan projects, sign contract change orders with Tetra Tech and Fishbeck for professional engineering services, and sign contracts with MFCI, LLC, and Dickinson Wright for financial and bond counsel services. Staff.
Good evening, Council. That's a mouthful of information, but it's a big, complicated project, and the city has done several of these over the past several years. In July of 2020, City Council passed a resolution adopting fiscal year 2021 through 25 Clean Water State Revolving Fund Project Plan. And that plan outlined 8 potential projects we would apply for these loan funds for to complete. And we have been working through that list. One of them is being worked on right now at the Water Resource Recovery Facility, the primary clarifier and north secondary improvements. That project is scheduled, is just wrapping up. It's in the punch list phase right now. In 2023, we had planned to do 2 more projects. And based on the cost increases since the original project plan and some scope increases based on things discovered during design, the funding that was in the project plan was not adequate to construct those projects. So we asked, Eagle asked the city to prepare a new project plan with updated scope and costs, which we did. And on April 16th, 2024, Council approved the new project plan, which is for FY 25 through 29, and that updated the project scope and costs for the projects. The 2 projects included in this item agenda report is the River Water's Edge sewer improvements. It improves, there is a existing overflow called the Wilmarth Overflow that's across the street from the Brookfield Plaza, and it improves sewers in that area, improves sewers in the Cedar Village area, and then through the Bailey neighborhood up Gunson. And it's a separation project, creates a new stormwater outfall to the Red Cedar River, a new connection to the tunnel. For those who remember that far back, the tunnel was actually supposed to extend further to the east when it was originally constructed. They ran into some contamination issues and it stopped short. And this project, not the original design, but makes a connection to that. So when the combined sewers in that area reach overflow capacity, they end up in the tunnel and not in the river or out that Wilmarth overflow. The second project is more improvements at the Water Resource Recovery Facility. We've done a lot of work at that facility, and it's time to upgrade the operations center of that, which is the building. That building has also not really been touched since original construction. So this building would upgrade, make ADA compliant upgrades, gender equity upgrades with locker rooms and bathroom facilities. It would upgrade the control room to be more in line with the technology and the facility throughout the rest of the plant, and upgrade the laboratory along with a host of other improvements. A lot of them kind of tweaking the projects that have been done there so far to enhance how they operate and save further on chemicals and energy. Included in the report is a table, I won't go through it in detail, of the sewer project and the WRF project. It totals $42.2 million. And this project, this ask is, and I'll scroll down to the bottom because there's a couple corrections. So the recommendation is to do a number of things. It's to authorize the city manager to submit the CWSRF loan application. Update the city manager, and item 2 is where there's a correction. For some reason, the same amount got entered twice. So item 2 should be approving the change order with Fishbeck. That number should be $1,995,708.51. The third item is approving a change order with Tetra Tech for the $1.3 million. The fourth item is to authorize the city manager to sign proposed financial advisor contract with M.A.C LLC in the amount of $55,437. Fifth item is to authorize the city manager to sign a contract with Dickinson Wright for legal counsel services as bond counsel associated with the CWSRF $42.22 million loan. And here's the second correction, should say in an amount of $65,220. And then the sixth is designate the director, acting director of public works as the authorized representative for the project in regards to signing all official documents. And then the seventh item is authorize FY25 budget amendment to reflect the receipt of the CWSRF loan proceeds. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from council? Yes, sir.
Could you repeat the two corrections to those 7
Thank
items?
you.
Yes, sir. If you notice, item 2 and item 3, the dollar amounts are the same, and that's an error. Item 2, the 1.343 should be removed, and that should be replaced with $1,995,708.51.
So it's the same as the first one?
2 and 3 are currently the same. 3 is correct, 2 is not. Sorry.
I guess I have a different one, and I have a 1 and 2. Okay, never mind. Ignore me, please.
In the recommendation section, if that's where you're looking. So item 2 should be $1,995,708.51. And then the item 5 in the recommendations, the Dickinson Wright contract added to the end should be in an amount of $65,220.
Other questions? I do have some questions here, maybe addressed to you and the city manager. So the first question is a pretty simple question, and maybe it's self-evident, but not to me. So where's all this money coming from, Mr. City Manager?
It will be built into the water rates once this project is finalized and we calculate out what that impact is. It'll be at a rate increase that'll be brought forward.
Okay, so we're borrowing money to do these projects, and the cost of that borrowing will be built into the water rates, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
With the understanding that the improvements at the Water Resource Recovery Facility will be shared with Meridian Township and MSU, because we're all three partners in that collection system, or the treatment system, not the collection system.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, which leads to a second question. I'll get to you in a second. So how does this intersect, if at all, with our combined water sewer authority?
The water rates, the Water and Sewer Authority is a wholesale, they sell the city wholesale water, and we factor that cost into buying the water from the authority into our water rates. This will impact the sewer portion of the rate, not the water portion. And in the financial impact section, you'll see of the sewer project, Meridian Township, so of the $14.6 million sewer project, Meridian Township will pay $1.2 million of that, because part of it is a shared sewer over the course of the loan, and that's based on principal, that's not interest factored in. And then of the WRF project, it's a $27.6 million project. MSU will pay 40%, Meridian Township 33.33%, and East Lansing 26.67%, as are all the costs that have been done so at the WRF.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I have a memorandum that says, quote, and this is with all due respect to my many friends at Dickinson Wright Law Firm, but this says, quote, Dickinson Wright proposal to act as bond counsel for fiscal year 2025 CWSRF loan fund. We are proposing to retain Dickinson Wright to act as bond counsel for the CWSRF loan. Their proposed contract is attached, attachment D. Dickinson Wright was suggested by the finance department and have previously worked with the city on CWSRF loan funding, end quote. I'm just going to say it like I'm thinking it. So what? Did we bid this out? What's the process? I mean, don't we go out and look for bids? And I guess Mr. Meadows knows this better than I do, but $65,220. I know the law firm charges for these kinds of things have changed over the last 20 years. So I guess I'm just curious, who on our team looked into this and verified this, and have we dotted the i's and crossed the t's in terms of any existing policy processes we have in order to award such a contract? Mr. City Manager.
So again, a conversation with the fact that Dickinson Wright and MCFI are currently work for the city on other bond issues. We continued that relationship.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to reference also, is Mr. Sweats has worked for the city since we've been here doing all bond council work.
Well, okay, and now I'm going to say it again. So what, with all due respect to him and his law firm? I mean, is that, and this is going to segue to some continuing concern I have across all of our departments, which is we keep essentially utilizing providers, and they're all excellent providers. I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with them, but we seem to have this institutional continuum where we're not going out on a regular basis to see what else is available in the market in terms of these kinds of services. So, all due respect to you, Mr. Chubb, why are we continuing on this? And, in fact, is that consistent with existing policy on bidding out projects?
So what I would say is that, first of all, there are very few firms that do this work. That doesn't specifically answer your question, but so it's my understanding that this has been a consistent ongoing relationship with Dickinson Wright, and presumably at the initiation of the relationship, it was competitively bid. That being said, I don't know as it relates to professional service of any local, state, or federal requirement to competitively bid those specific services.
Well, okay, I'm going to vote for this tonight, but Mr. Bellman, I would really request that not only in this instance, but in instances going forward in terms of all of our departments, that you review exactly how we've arrived at these service providers and retrospectively analyze whether we now need to revisit some of these things in the future. And I know you've been very good, and I appreciate everything you've done in terms of watching our bidding process, and you and I have discussed that, but I want to continue to have us be alert to that. So that's my editorial comment for the night. So thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
My question is about process. So there are a couple of errors in the recommendations. I believe the interim Public Works Director has clarified those for the record, and my question for the city attorney is, are they sufficiently clarified?
I believe that they're sufficiently clarified for the record with the recommendations in changes that he made. I think to make sure it's clear, either he should restate them or it could go back to referencing the numbers, the amended numbers that he advised, were accurate and needed to be changed from the agenda item.
So related question, I see the city manager wants to comment on this also, but the motion on the table does not encompass the 7 items in the recommendations. So do we have to go through all 7 items in the recommendations when we move this, or?
That's what I would recommend.
Okay, with the corrected numbers.
With the corrected numbers.
Okay. Well, I would be willing to undertake the reading of that litany if I have the corrected numbers. So let me just verify them if I could. For number 3, the amount should be $1,995,758.51.
No, that should be item number 2.
Item number 2.
Item number 3 is correct.
Item number 2 is correct. Okay. So item number 2 needs to be corrected. And then item number 5
needed a dollar amount inserted.
Before?
Either before or after the $1 million loan, you could say in the amount of $65,220.
Okay,
So do you want to do them one by one rather than an omnibus one? I couldn't figure out what you guys, where you arrived.
Either way.
No, I understand that. I'm asking Mr. Alderman.
so my plan had been to read all 7 items with the corrected numbers and make that the motion.
That's fine.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, no,
to
that's
all
totally
concerned?
acceptable.
All right.
Go for it.
Let me begin then. I move that the city manager be authorized and directed to submit a CW SRF loan application for fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $42.22 million. And number 2, that the city manager be authorized and directed to sign the updated professional services contract with Fishbeck for the C2 River Water's Edge Sewer District Improvements and Milford Gunson Sewer Improvements and Wilmarth Woodmere Relief Project in the revised amount of
$1,995,708.51.
precisely as the city manager said. And number 3, the city manager be authorized and directed to sign updated professional engineering contract for the Project W2 operational facilities and treatment optimization improvements with Tetra Tech in the revised amount of $1,343,162. And number 4, that the city manager be authorized and directed to sign the proposed financial advisor contract with MFCI LLC in the amount of $55,437. And number 5, the city manager be authorized and directed to sign a contract with Dickinson Wright for legal services as bond counsel associated with the CWSRF $42.22 million loan in the amount of $65,220. And number 6, designate the director/acting director of Public Works as the, quote, authorized representative, unquote, for this project with regards to signing all official documents such as applications, milestone schedule, and other submittals related to the CWSRF loan fund, which require the signature of the, quote, authorized representative, unquote. And number 7, authorize the fiscal year 2025 budget be amended to reflect the receipt of the CWSRF loan proceeds and related expenditures. That is my motion.
Friendly amendment, and maybe I'm out to lunch, but on the law firm proposal, don't we need to authorize the city manager to sign that? Or not?
Yes.
I don't think you said that, so.
I certainly meant to.
I know you did. So will you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I will.
Okay.
All right, then I second it with the friendly amendment.
Okay. Moved and seconded to do all those things. Are there any questions or any
There's
discussion?
no question, but I do have a comment along the lines of what you were talking about. I'll just note that, for up until very recently, our bond counsel was Miller Canfield. And I am not aware of any contract during probably the 20 years I was here with them being bond counsel. So in terms of how we choose bond counsel, I think we need to establish a process. I think you're absolutely correct that we just tended to say, well, that's the guy we used last time, so let's keep on going. And that probably is not a very good way for us to do business.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, extremely well stated by Dr. Altman, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Yeah, why don't we take a 10-minute break, please? Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Okay, I'd like to come back into session for the East Lansing City Council meeting. Item 5.3, consideration of an approval of the East Lansing Police Department DEI training proposal. Sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm Interim Chief of Police Chad Pride of the East Lansing Police Department. The proposal in front of you aligns with federal recommendations as well as our accreditation and state continuing education standards. One, the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing recommendations. Pillar number 1, to build trust and legitimacy with our community. Pillar number 5, training and education. It also aligns with the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police mandated accreditation training that we are to attend yearly. Also, it mandates under the state of Michigan's continuing education for police officer. This proposal outlines opportunities for 4 2-hour work sessions for the East Lansing Police Administration and Supervisory Command staff, as well as 5 2-hour work sessions for all sworn and non-sworn personnel, and a survey to inform the customized capacity building sessions needed. This aligns with Council's strategic priority for building good governance and the Department's 7 core values of having respect and fairness with our community, treating others the way we want to be treated, and partnering with our diverse community. This conversation around DEI training has been ongoing for the last 18 months. I was brought into the conversation in December of 2023. So prior to my conversations about the DEI training, Chief of Police Kim Johnson was in communication with the DEI director over this training. As this training has evolved, adding additional training on top of the original requested training, we believe that this is important to our commitment to building a more cultural capacity within our department for our employees.
Okay, I don't want to cut off any discussion, but I'm going to modify this motion a little bit, and I'm going to make the motion in a second. But any questions for staff? Okay, I therefore move to authorize a contract in the amount of $50,000 with Jorge Zabalos in the usual city format as prepared and approved by the city attorney, and authorize the city manager to sign for police DEI training and the administration of an agency-wide landscape survey. I'll repeat it for record. I move to authorize a contract with Jorge Zabalos in the amount of $50,000 in the usual city format as prepared and approved by the city attorney, and authorize the city manager to sign for police DEI training and the administration of an agency-wide landscape survey. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion or questions?
Could you describe the changes in your motion with respect to what's on the agenda?
Because at least what I have in my agenda talks about approving a contract, and the attachment I have is essentially the purveyor's proposal with a signature sign at the end, which I don't want to imply that we're agreeing to that, and there actually isn't a specific contractual document. So I just wanted to specify the metes and bounds of the contractual document, that's all.
Could I suggest that we wait until we get a contract in the usual format and then just vote on that?
You can suggest it, but we have a motion and a second on the floor, so.
It looked like the city manager was going to respond to that comment.
I guess in the request to delay until a contract is presented to you, I think the city attorney has a standardized contract that could and has been used that'll make this very easily moving forward. And I want to proceed with the proposal and the services in order to get it scheduled, as Jorge has other clients.
Yep.
And I don't want to lose sight of the times and the deadlines that have been established in our conversations with Jorge on what's available and when over the next several months, that he can be here to do this training in person.
And that's fine with me, but in future, it'd be good to have the actual contract. So that
I
we don't-
agree.
So that we don't have to take this step.
Agreed. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Just a question, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So for the learning sessions, is that going to be required?
Yes.
And how are you going to make space for that?
We will have to, if we have availability in the schedule, we will put it in as those assigned days or assigned times for our employees to attend. If we have to post overtime to cover those, where people that are on patrol can come in and go to the training and cover shifts, we will do that as well.
And I feel like this is for you, city manager. I feel like our public works director, for example, left, and there's interviews happening right now, and I feel like it's been a long time since the chief has been gone, and so it would be nice if the chief, if the hired chief was a part of this process. And so, how are we doing on our search or interviews or?
Sure. I think I provided in a weekly update that was sent out yesterday that I'm seeking 2 additional proposals from professional search firms to aid with the selection or the search and selection of the police chief position. I'm also engaging in those executive search firms for the finance director if we're unsuccessful in the latest rounds of interviews, and for the city clerk who position will become available after the end of the election, so that we can have that position filled quickly too. So one thing that we've identified is the city's not attracting the best candidates for the positions, and so trying to hire individuals to help us with that recruitment process would be beneficial in the long run. So I'm hoping to bring the proposals for the chief of police to council for your consideration at the November 19th meeting.
And then what's the minimum possible amount of time that it might take? 3 months or?
Well, probably will not get kicked off for the actual advertisement until after the first of the year. So there'll be some focus groups that I'm looking to have this firm assist me with the community, with staff, with other stakeholders on what they want to see in a police chief so that we can best describe the candidate that we're looking for, and then open that up for advertisement, and then probably the interviews in February, March, and hiring sometime in April.
I see. And I also wanted to, I was thinking about also the Lansing Police Department. Their chief resigned or retired, and that person has since been replaced. So it seems like this process is moving slower. But sometimes, we have to adjust to who the applicants are that are coming through the door, and maybe adjust our thought process on what an excellent candidate looks like, seeing as, we're attracting whomever it is we're attracting, but they're seeking jobs here. So that's a plus. All right.
Anything else? Any other comments? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Excuse me, motion passes unanimously. Item 5.4, consideration of approving the city manager evaluation form and process. I move that the council approve the city manager performance evaluation form and process as laid out in the memo in your hands, which was before you last meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Brookover, seconded by Watson. Any discussion, questions, comments, changes, modifications?
Can you briefly describe that, because I wasn't at the last meeting?
Well, it's in the memo that's attached right to your thing, and I don't know what page number you have, but.
I don't, because my computer
Okay.
is broken down here.
The evaluation procedure remains at the will and direction of the City Council and may be modified at any time. In general, the evaluation process will include the following steps. Number one, the city manager will inform the mayor at least 30 days prior to the anniversary of the manager's hire date that the time for an annual evaluation is imminent. Number two, the city council will be tendered a proposed evaluation instrument tentatively agreed upon by the mayor and city manager, which has now been done. Number three, the city council will approve and or modify the evaluation instrument. That's where we are tonight. Number four, the mayor will ask each council member to complete the approved evaluation form individually. Number five, the mayor will ask the city manager to complete a self-assessment using the evaluation form, draft a report on city operations, including issues and matters pertinent to the governance and management of the organization, and submit these documents to the city council prior to meeting with the council. Number six, the mayor and council will meet in executive session to discuss the manager's performance and to assimilate their individual performance evaluations of the manager into one summary document. The council shall seek to arrive at a consensus. It shall be the mayor's responsibility to draft the council's summary evaluation document and provide this document to the council members for their review and approval prior to meeting with the city manager. Number seven, the council will meet with the city manager to discuss the manager's performance, future performance goals and objectives or action items, as well as the manager's self-assessment report. The city manager may request that the performance review be discussed in an executive session. Number eight, the mayor will direct that the completed performance evaluation delivered by the city council to the city manager be placed in the city manager's employee personnel file. That document and the attachments have been available to the public since a week ago Friday and are currently available on the website.
And this is a policy resolution?
No. This is a procedure which we're adopting tonight, if you approve.
Mr. City Attorney, does this need to be a policy resolution?
I think this one specifically speaks to the 2024 city manager evaluation, so I think because it's going to be updated in the future, it doesn't need to be a policy resolution.
Got it.
I have two additional questions.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious, I know you used a baseline from the University of Georgia?
Yes.
No,
that's
I didn't
not-
use a baseline from the University of Georgia.
So that's the 360
That's
element.
the 360.
Yeah.
That the city manager is going to also have completed.
Okay, gotcha. And the 360 element will be done by city staff?
City staff and stakeholders, yes.
Okay. All right, that's what I wasn't
And
clear.
those folks are listed, I believe, in the attachments that you have before you
That is
tonight.
correct.
Ms. Watson?
So the comment section, if I make comments on what I hand in, is that FOIA-able information?
Well, I'm going to defer to the city attorney, but there are a couple different things that come into play here. But my non-legal opinion is no, because those are going to be confidential, submitted to the mayor and the city attorney. And the past practice, including since you and I have been on the council, has been that what I'll call the synthesized document, which is reviewed by all of us with the city manager, either in open or closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. He has that right. That synthesized document would then be in his personnel file, which I think is all in that procedure we just talked about.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And the action items and/or what I would like to see done differently, we mark that as optional. I'm wondering if, I just want to encourage everyone to lean into that. I think that that's more helpful than a person's comments.
Just give me a little more information on what you're referring to.
Yeah, for example, we would, achievement of goals determined by city council, and we've got the scale from 5 is high to 1 is low. And then we're able to write in comments, and then another part says action items and/or what I would like to see done differently.
Okay. I'll just, I am a little concerned about this not being a policy resolution, since everything we do here involving council members, whether it's having the mayor meet with us once a month or any of the other processes that we've established for liaisons, activity, and things like that have all been pursuant to a policy resolution, because we're establishing a policy on how we're going to review the city manager's performance. That doesn't mean I'm going to vote against this, but I want to make sure that some of this is not mandatory on council members. We aren't establishing by policy, this is the activity that council members must pursue. In other words, if one of us doesn't fill out the form, it's not mandatory that we do so.
I guess that's correct, Mr. Meadows. If you don't want to fill out the form, I guess you don't have to. So, any other questions? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, people. And it would be my intent that I'll start circulating that to you within the next few days. And I'm hopeful that, I'm not going to make any promises, but I'm hopeful we'll be well on our way to completing that process by our next regular meeting in November, but I'm not making that as a promise. Okay, next item is 5.5, consideration of recommendation to approve the Humana Medicare Advantage 2025 insurance renewal in the amount of $1,108,909 and authorize the city manager to sign.
Hello, good evening,
Hi.
Council. I'm Emily Kenny, Director of Human Resources. Before you is a request to approve the 2025 Humana Medicare Advantage renewal. The city has used Humana as our health insurance vendor for Medicare eligible retirees since 2007. The 2025 renewal came in with an increase of 3.3% or $36,000. The proposed increase for 2025 is the first increase that we've received from Humana since 2022. An increase was expected due to the recent changes made to Medicare Part D as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act. And in anticipation of that increase, we had asked our benefit broker Gallagher to go out to the market for additional bids. So in addition to the Humana renewal, we received 2 quotes. However, neither of those were able to exactly match our plan design and would have caused the city's expenses under the retiree wrap coverage to increase. So I'm here to answer any additional questions that you have as we're recommending that we move forward with the Humana renewal.
Are there any questions? Is there a motion?
I'll move that we approve the Humana Medicare Advantage 2025 insurance renewal in the amount of $1,108,909 and authorize the city manager to sign.
Second. Moved by Meadows, seconded by Brookover. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay, next item is 5.6, consideration of and second reading of ordinance 1541 regarding initiation of traffic stops. And I will make the motion to approve that ordinance as stated at our last meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Brookover, second, but I'm sorry, Meadows, to pass ordinance 1541. Discussion.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Singh that had asked about the issuance of the citations. And just for clarification, I'm on page 13 for myself of the agenda item, but it talks about the year span of 2015 through 2023. And it says total citations issued and then it says defective equipment / expired registration. Does defective equipment include loud exhausts? Looking at you.
Do we know the answer?
So, and the chief may be able to help. I think that it could, but there's also modified exhausts, which are intentionally modified, which would not be included as defective equipment, but likely written up under another section if it's an inappropriate alteration.
Is that correct, that defective?
Yes, defective equipment, loud exhaust, it could be encompassing under defective equipment. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Because, the alarm bells were set off for some people regarding the loud exhaust. And I want to point out, there was a change to pretextual stops that was made. And when you look at this history, 2015 to 2023, I'll just go starting with the latest 2023. The defective equipment citations was 21 people. Am I saying that correctly? Or if I say 21 people or 21 tickets? 20, yes. Thank you. Just 21 stops in 2023 for defective equipment. So that's loud exhaust. And just 13 stops in 2022. I'm sorry.
Let me just correct you. You correct me, but defective equipment is a universe that includes more than the subset of loud exhaust.
Oh, so it's even a small percentage. It's a smaller percentage. All right. So I just would like the community to be encouraged that this isn't a move to have a louder community, or this isn't a move to erase the noise issues, and that we do have noise ordinance, as I've talked about. And when you look at numbers like this, and when you understand that pretextual stops have been in the books, my point is it's an exaggerated notion that agreeing to remove pretextual stops means a louder public health issue in this community. And the numbers show me that.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yeah, I want to make one comment.
Please.
Along those lines. Also, I think in terms of noise, that it's important to remember that this doesn't prohibit the issuance of a ticket. It permits the issuance of a ticket if there is a perception that the health and safety is affected by the activity that they're about to, whatever, any one of these items that are listed in this ordinance that can affect or are affecting immediately the health and safety of the general public or the individual who's operating the car or other operators on the street. So this isn't like a blanket prohibition of anything. It's a reasonable way of looking at these, what have been characterized as pretextual stops for many, many years.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I have some.
Go ahead, sir.
I would like to ask some questions of the interim chief, if I could. So, loud exhaust in section 2.2 sub B, does that mean, you've addressed this, but I'd like to hear it again. Does that mean defective equipment or modified equipment or both from your perspective? Or from the perspective of a police officer?
Loud exhaust could be any one of the two, or three, I should say. It could be anywhere from somebody revving their engine to try to draw attention, to a hole in a catalytic converter or a pipe, or even, somebody that alters their vehicle.
Okay, so loud exhaust encompasses any of those three in your perspective?
I believe so, unless we strengthen an ordinance or adopt a ordinance against altering mufflers or altering the exhaust.
And if we did that, could that limit the interpretation of loud exhaust in this ordinance? As
It
far as
could.
you know? Okay. So I want to read you the language from section 2.2 and ask you a question about that. So the language says, except where an officer reasonably believes, based on articulable facts, that the violation is of a nature and magnitude that poses an immediate risk of harm to persons or property, law enforcement officer shall not stop or detain. So if I wrap my head around this, it means that in order to make a stop for loud exhaust, the officer would need to reasonably believe, based on articulable facts, that the violation is of a nature or magnitude that poses an immediate risk of harm to persons or property. What is your opinion on whether a police officer could or would make a stop for loud exhaust given that language?
I think we would have to have a complaint from a community member indicating that the loud exhaust is basically the reasoning behind why we would stop that car. That's the way I see it, is that if somebody called and complained and said, at this time at 7 o'clock every night, there's a loud vehicle that drives through here, I think that would give us the reasoning behind stopping the cars that have altered exhausts.
Okay. But an officer would not be able to, or not be inclined to make a stop based on their own assessment.
I agree.
Of the loud noise. Modified exhaust is currently illegal under state law.
With a reading from a decibel reader.
Of a stop vehicle?
Of a stop vehicle. You would have to have an ambient noise, and this discussion has been had with our city attorney as well, Mr. Easterly.
Under our current ordinances, could an officer pull somebody over based on a muffler that sounds like gunshots? And then, if the muffler turns out to be modified, issue a ticket under our current ordinance?
I would say they could under our noise ordinance. If you read, I don't remember subsection that talks about exhaust. But I think you would be able to articulate, but you also have to, if you look at that ordinance, I think there's an intent behind it as well.
Would this ordinance affect stops under the ordinance you just made reference to? In other words, would this one trump the one you're talking about?
That I don't know. That would be, in my mind, that would be a question for our city attorney.
So, state law, my understanding is that there's a conversation at the state level to address modified mufflers to increase penalties.
So I did check on that today,
Yeah.
and since June of 2024, that conversation has now stalled.
Okay. Okay. Could you articulate your concerns, any concerns you might have about tinted windows and objects hanging from a rear view mirror?
So my concerns around tinted windows is the eye contact communication between pedestrians, bicyclists, and other drivers when an individual has tinted windows. The current law indicates the front two windows can have tint within 35% from 4 inches from the top down. If the ordinance is changed where you can have, let's say, limo tint on both the front and passenger side vehicle windows, as well as any tint on the front, that's going to inhibit that, I would say, conversation between people that are in a car or people that are on a bike or running or walking. As a person who runs and bikes, a lot of times I'm looking in cars if I'm running in the road or biking in the road, if there's someone in there and if they're getting ready to pull out. If somebody has tinted windows where I can't see, that poses a safety concern for me
because I don't know when they're going to pull out, and I don't even know if they even know that I'm there. So that's one thing that concerns me with tinted windows. A cracked windshield, that's another. I would like to hear a kind of a definition of what you believe is a cracked windshield, because a cracked windshield could be a spidered windshield because it's cracked, which then is a vision obstruction to a driver driving down the road. Item hanging from a rearview mirror, you know, whether it's a small tree or a big hat. I mean, a small tree, probably not a huge vision obstruction. A hat, that's a vision obstruction. So I guess my request is to really look at these and say, what are the definitions behind these? Because that's going to be the questions that I'm going to get from our staff.
May I make a remark?
Well, let's finish the question.
His question, sorry.
If I could return to the language about an officer reasonably believing, based on articulable facts, that the violation is of a nature or magnitude that poses an immediate risk of harm to persons or property. Under that language, would an officer be able to make a stop for tinted windows? Under what, or under what conditions could an officer make a stop for tinted windows, given that language in the ordinance?
I can't think of one offhand.
An object hanging from a rearview mirror, if it's a baseball cap that obstructs a line of view, if the front windshield is tinted, you can't see that.
Correct.
You described a plan in your memo of June 2024. You described a plan that involved waivable infractions and reduced fines and a pool of funds to help people fix defective equipment. Could you briefly describe that plan?
Sure. So I don't want to take full credit for that because Lieutenant Travis Bove actually brought that to my attention. You know, some of the stops that are made where there are fines and fees to them, there are individuals that could show a hardship, and those fines and fees which are collected by the courts, if the individual shows those hardships, where money could come back to them to take care of that violation or that issue they may have with their motor vehicle, whether it's a headlight out, a tail light out, a registration plate that might be expired. You know, I think looking at it from another perspective is, you know, how do we also help people in the case of them being able to get their vehicle fixed to be operable to be on the roadway. I think that's just another item to look at when it comes to these violations as well.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Ms. Watson.
I think that some of the question and answering leaned into opinions also. And I want to say, as a mother, I would tell my children to watch the wheels of the car. Like, I don't want them looking for eye contact to figure out whether or not they should cross the street or if a car is turning. And for myself, when I'm walking and glancing at cars coming my way, I look at the wheels. Are they stopping or are they not stopping? And that's my opinion. And I just want to acknowledge that some of the answers are your opinion as a person, but not necessarily with regards to this. And I'm not coming for you right now. So I apologize if it feels that way. But you mentioned your staff is going to ask about definitions of this, but you put it back in the books without the definitions. So it's interesting to angle it that they're going to have questions now when, I guess because they've had it's a loose guideline to be able to use the excuse to pull someone over for a loud exhaust simply. It's a loose guideline, in my opinion, to be able to pull anyone over for tinted windows, regardless of the fact that, again, people have tinted windows and it's within law. It's legal to have tinted windows. Mm-hmm. So, so just want to call that piece out. And that's all for now. Thank you.
You can sit down, Chief. Thank you. Okay, any further?
I do have.
Mr. Meadows?
Please, if you can get back up, I do have a question for you.
I'm sorry.
I want to, we received over the last a couple of weeks anyway, a whole bunch of emails. Many of them kind of read the same, so I think they were the result of some encouragement to send them in regarding loud exhaust. But there was a common element in a lot of them which related to experiences with these intentional modifications of the exhaust system. And even where I live, which is, about 75 feet off of Abbott Road, I'll hear somebody, coming down the street very loud, and then as they back off, the rumble, the giant rumble that comes from a modified system. And that seems easy to observe or write a ticket on. I'm not sure why we need a complaint from the public or some, the evidence would be, and I'll have to ask this, I guess, when you have when one of our officers is in their vehicle and they have their dash cam on, does that record also?
So the video only records when, or I should say the audio only records when the video is activated. So if an officer is just sitting stationary and their video is not activated, it won't pick up the audio. It does pick up the video 2 minutes prior from when we activate the body worn camera or the fleet video.
Okay, so let me just, I want to be clear on this. If I'm an officer and I'm riding behind somebody and I realize that's a modified system because the guy backs off or whatever, to notify me of that, if I flip on my dash cam, I will record that, correct?
It would record it. As far as what it would record, if it would get the audio of that muffler, I think you would have to roll the windows down to make sure that you're getting that audio.
Okay. But it would be easier than holding, some thing out the window to record the decibel level of what you're hearing, correct? Probably be safer too. The reason I ask is that I just want to know whether if loud exhaust was, defined as not involving a suspected modification of the exhaust system, that would target the things that are really most noisy within the community, and I'm asking your opinion on that.
Mm-hmm. I think when you look at the ordinance and it states the loud exhaust, it really doesn't define that, right? And that's where I think the definition behind what loud exhaust, are you talking about an altered tailpipe or whatever? Is that considered loud exhaust? And if that's what the commission, brought forth, is that it encompasses that as well as the revving of an engine and a loud exhaust as the questions were asked a few months ago, then I would say that your loud exhaust would hold where we would make that would have to be a secondary violation, if that answers it.
Okay, thank you. That's really all I have. I just want to mention that I think there's like a lot of ambiguity in this ordinance, but it's ambiguity that is actually sort of inherited from the state statutes and local ordinances which establish these type of violations, because a loud exhaust to me might be a lot different than a loud exhaust to Dana Watson. And, we rely on the objectivity of the officer, and I think that's one of the problems that we're trying to deal with, is that or the subjectivity of the officer, that we need some objective standard that tells us when this is a violation and when it isn't. And it has been used in some police departments as just an excuse to pull people over. I don't think we can deny that. And that's part of the problem that we're trying to address here. So I think this it helps going forward with this. That doesn't mean that we can't revisit this in a couple of years after we've got some statistics with regard to it, whether there needs to be a change to it in some way. But I think for now, this addresses the issue that we're trying to address at this point in time. I know that there probably is some pushback from officers in the police department, but I think they'll, if this is the law, then they'll comply with it and they'll deal with it as they can. And again, I want to say that this isn't a blanket. You can't use this. If there is a danger to the public that is perceived by the officer and that is immediate, they can write the ticket. They can make the stop, let's say, that will result in a ticket.
Dr. Altman, do you have something more?
I do, thank you. I'm going to move to so I had previously asked that at a future discussion-only meeting, we have an agenda item to consider how we're going to deal with loud exhaust. And given that there's ambiguity in the ordinance, as we've now learned, and given that there's a possible concern that passing this ordinance would tie our hands in future conversations about how to deal with loud exhaust, I'm going to move to defer consideration of this ordinance until after first business meeting, after we have our discussion of loud exhaust at a discussion-only agenda meeting.
Mr. City Attorney, does that require a second?
So we have currently, currently we have a motion and a second on item 5.6, correct?
Correct.
And so that's the second motion that requires a second.
Okay. Is there a second to Dr. Altman's motion?
A second.
Okay. So moved and seconded that we defer to the time indicated. Mr. City Attorney, we vote on the motion to defer first?
That's correct.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion to defer?
Yes, I would, if I may, Mayor, I would like to make sure that we proceed thoughtfully on an issue that people need no encouragement to write in about. People are furious about this, and no one's telling them to write anything. This is an issue we have to address, and there are sufficient questions here that it's worth postponing consideration of an ambiguous ordinance until we have further discussion about what we're going to do about this public health issue.
Any further discussion on the motion to defer?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Ms. Swanson.
I'm not going to be voting in favor. It brings back feelings of delaying this, and it seems similar to the previous motion the last time of taking loud exhausts off, and so I won't be voting in favor. And I am open to a conversation in general about noise. As I've stated, gas-powered leaf blowers are a problem, and I am open to including that in our conversations on how we go for a quieter community in general. I know we've gotten a lot of people who have written in for some reason about the loud exhausts, but I don't recall that we can call the police, say that a loud car drove by, and that the police then have to find that loud car. And going back again to noise, some of you maybe don't live nearer to the college students and the parties, and that is ongoing loud music, bass, or people cheering or whatever it is that they're doing that's loud. And that's, again, ongoing. It's not something revved driving past your home. So I think all of it should be encompassed in the conversation so that we can, in general, talk about what it means to have a quieter community that also doesn't disregard the racial inequities that have come up with regards to pretextual stops.
Ms. Singh?
Yes. Per our action at the last meeting, I, from a value statement, am supportive of an ordinance similar to this, but I think what the discussion tonight has shown is ambiguity, I believe, could create uncertain situations for both occupant of the driver, or I guess the driver would be the occupant, or our law enforcement. So I think my concern, without further definition, whether it's on noise or even if it's restating tinted windows beyond 35%, which is the state law, just aligning with that. I learned something tonight from Councilwoman Watson. I don't tell my child to look at the tires. I naturally look at the driver, and I shouldn't do that. But anyway, I don't need to continue litigating, but I plan to support the deferral motion because I do think creating certainty for both law enforcement and residents are important to get this right, to ensure that we set the right value statement for the community.
Okay, I'm going to vote against the motion to defer for 3 reasons. Number one, for the reasons I set forth last time we had this discussion about the same issue on loud exhaust. Number 2, for the reasons that Mr. Meadows elucidated tonight in terms of the continuing issues with traffic stops. And number 3, although there's been a lot of discussion tonight and otherwise from people I respect quite highly about ambiguity, the fact of the matter is that these things are already in our ordinances with this precise language. So the third reason is that to the extent there's ambiguity in our ordinances, then we need to go back and look at all of these definitional constructs, which may be a productive thing to do. And then number 4, I see no reason to delay on this. To the extent that there are concerns in terms of this one item, that concern can be corrected by either a definitional change in the what I'll call the base ordinance, and or by amendment of this ordinance if we pass it. So for those 4 reasons, I'm going to vote against the motion to defer. I see no reason to keep delaying on this.
All right, let me weigh in as well. I'm going to vote against the motion as well for the reasons I've already stated. I think we can deal with any changes to this over a period of time by looking at the statistics that we receive. The ambiguity issue is something that I do feel that we need to address with some certainty. But I also agree that at our next discussion-only meeting, so this would be, this is 2 council members asking for that we include the idea or the subject of loud noise, whatever the source of that is, as a discussion item, so that we can start to develop the way that we're going to address this. And I'll just note that, this is a continuing item. We have the noise ordinance, which has been adjusted several times. We have the party noise ordinance, which should prohibit Councilmember Watson from hearing this loud music, because if they blast it straight out into the yard, that's a violation of that ordinance. So we have some ordinances on the books that we should take a look at in this particular discussion to make sure that we have everything in place that we need to have in place to deal with noise in our neighborhoods and throughout the city, because I think it is an issue. When my brother lived downtown in Newman Lofts, he'd say, man, those guys on the motorcycles, they get down in the 7-Eleven lot and they just rev their engines. We have to have a way of dealing with that. And I think that through looking at this, I don't think we need to delay this ordinance in order to take a comprehensive look at noise in our community. And I think even if we have to dedicate an entire discussion-only meeting to that, which sounds like we might have to, then we should do that so that we can move forward on that issue as well.
Okay, consider that it will be on the agenda, the next discussion item only meeting. Any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
No.
Councilmember Watson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
No. All right, so now we move on to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Okay, could we have a roll call vote on the main motion, please?
Councilmember Altman?
No.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes. Motion passes 4-1 with Altman dissenting. Okay, now we move to, if I'm still where I'm supposed to be, the new item 5.7, which I will euphemistically or generally refer to as the Northern Trail, approved deferment of the soccer complex to Coolidge Road Northern Tier Trail Extension Project, and authorize staff to submit a project agreement withdrawal request for Natural Resources Trust Fund grant number TF 22-0175. Additionally, authorize staff to negotiate an amendment to the public pathway installation agreement with affected developers as needed, and authorize the city manager to sign.
Before
I'm going to do that. Hang on just a sec, please. So this got moved via discussion with Mr. Meadows, who had concerns about, and I'll paraphrase, the separation of some of these items. Is that a fair way to say it, Mark? And so I think, staff, we have a pretty good idea of what's involved here. Do we need staff to give us a presentation?
I don't think so.
Dr. Altman?
But they should be available for questions.
Obviously, yeah.
I have some questions, but I don't need a presentation.
Okay. So is that okay with you, Mr. Bellman, if we ask your staff to just answer questions?
Absolutely.
Is that okay with you, staff?
Certainly, because I haven't prepared anything for a presentation. I'm just here for questions.
You haven't?
I'm always prepared, but I don't have a slideshow.
Okay. You walked right into that one. Questions for staff?
Well, can I make a motion regarding
Please.
the
Yeah,
item?
please.
I'd like to move to separate the questions that are here, so that we would separate the approval of the deferment from the authorizing staff to negotiate an amendment and then have the city manager sign it. I think those are two different items, and I have a different feel for both of them, and I move that we separate those two questions.
Well, let me ask you to do it maybe a different way. As I understood what our conversation was briefly, the first part of that equation you were generally okay with, and so I suggest you make that in a motion to get on the floor with the second, and then we can have questions.
I can do that. I don't mind doing that, although I don't know exactly how I'm going to vote on that at this point.
Oh, okay.
That's why
All
we
right.
have questions.
All right. So that was your. Can you restate the motion, please?
Yeah, the motion is simply to separate the two questions. One is to approve deferment of the Northern Tier Trail Extension Project, and authorize the staff to submit a project agreement withdrawal request to the Natural Resources Trust Fund. The second item here is to authorize staff to negotiate an amendment to the public pathway installation agreement with affected developers as needed, and authorize the city manager to sign. So those are two separate items I see.
Okay, so I'm going to second the motion, which I interpret to mean that there will be two agenda items within this agenda item.
That's correct.
So I'll move to second that motion, just separating out these two, essentially these two sentences. Any discussion on that? From a procedural standpoint, we're just doing a procedural thing here. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Now, why don't we do staff questions, and then we'll move on to the two. Dr. Altman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple of questions on, I guess, what is now 5.7.1, which is a deferment. And I have to say that since we talked about this last meeting, I have developed some doubts about this deferment. And my concern is that we have a bird in the hand. We have a $300,000 grant. And the possibility of deferment would kick this project out 4 years, which means that that's 4 years where we don't have where we wouldn't have the use of this trail. And I think about the money that we would be giving up by giving up the county millage money. If I amortize that over 4 years and discount it for the future value of money, the cost per year isn't actually that high to doing that. And so I'm actually starting to think that it might be better to move ahead with this project now. But the question I have is it in the capacity of staff to do this project now, given that it's delayed and that we have a project deadline coming up in the summer of 2025? And is it realistic to be able to get the project done before that deadline runs out?
I would say that it is unlikely that we could have construction completed by August of 2025. We could certainly open a conversation with the state to extend the deadline for the grant if we are making forward progress on the actual project. The next step would be to hire a design consultant, do construction drawings and that formal community engaged process to know exactly which inch of that parcel we're going to put the trail on. And that process can take some time to even just get the community input and the design done. I have a sense that they'd be receptive to extending our deadline if we submit construction drawings for approval to the state. They were not willing to extend it 4 years without, a plan to move forward with the project.
Would this, if we took this step, would this throw a wrench into the gears in your department?
I think we're at a place right now where we are working on the last steps of our 5-year park plan. So this is kind of helping us determine what we are going to be focusing on over the next couple of years. And that conversation will be coming forward, in a couple of meetings. I would say it's our capacity is stretched right now, honestly. But if it was the direction of council to move forward with this, we could develop a plan to start reviewing consultants to support us with the design phase of this project.
Is there a risk involved in renegotiating the easements or other agreements we would have to renegotiate to make the deferral happen?
If I may, looking at the easements, there's no need to renegotiate any of the easements.
Okay.
Except Mayberry, who is looking to move to the next phase of their development, and it requires them to contribute financially, and then us to complete it within 5 years of them receiving substantial completion on those units. The question is, can we do it within those 5 years if we wait until 2027 to seek additional grant funding in 2028 to construct? The timing of that, if there's any delays, may not occur in that 5-year period. Under the current agreement, we would have to refund the money to them if we don't complete the extension in that 5-year period from when they receive substantial completion. So that's only one on a portion of that
correct
trail.
So the easements themselves are finalized. It would be the portion that we're blocking right now is construction of the final 4-unit condo, which until we complete the design phase and say this is how much this section of trail is going to cost and this is how much you need to pay for that, we, under the current agreement, are holding the building permits for that final 4 units.
So would the goal be to change that arrangement so that they could go ahead and build even if we defer for another 4 years?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be the conversation we'd like to open up, I believe.
With them?
With them.
With Mayberry?
Yes. So that they can proceed to build their units, and whether we need a 5-year or a longer period of time
So
to
they might-
determine their contribution.
Yes.
We won't know until we bid out.
So they might be willing to extend that 5-year period if we let them go ahead with construction now?
They may be. They've shown interest in wanting to build this trail themselves, their portion of it. And so they're also looking to the city to identify the standards. But as was in the communication, the city would rather use one contractor, manage that project, and not allow individual developers to build various portions of this trail. So that's the other element of this agreement and the arrangement.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Watson, go ahead.
So I have first I have a process question. I was surprised to see this on the consent agenda because it was a discussion item, and so I thought we discussed it but didn't come to a decision. And I do recall that the city manager was asked for his thoughts, but I still didn't hear it as the staff was making the recommendation where it was on the consent agenda. So can someone help me understand that part of it?
It's my understanding that the record will show that the staff made the recommendation that we go ahead and do these things and do the deferment. I believe that's on the record. And I believe the city manager expressed his recommendation when I think I asked as to what his recommendation was, and his recommendation was that it be deferred. And so that's why I decided it should be on the consent agenda, because it seemed to have unanimity in terms of the staff recommendation, the city manager recommendation. And I'll let the record speak for itself in terms of what staff said at that point, but that's my recollection.
Thank you, Mayor. And is staff the city manager? Because I know the city manager said, yes, we should defer. But when Director Shambo and Justin, and I'm sorry, I don't.
Justin Drinky, Assistant Director of Parks Rec and Recs.
And the Assistant Director were up here. It was my understanding that they were like, what's the pleasure of the council? Not that they had a recommendation.
Let me answer your question. No, staff is not the city manager. You asked that question. And so when I use the terms staff and city manager, they're distinct terms.
Okay.
And so the way I heard the conversation at that meeting, I'll let the record speak for itself. I can always be wrong. Maybe you heard it differently. I thought staff was essentially saying we would like to defer this for a variety of reasons. So that's why I put it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. And my next question is, I was interested in not deferring, so I thought it was going to come back forward to us too. So my question is, I want to be fiscally responsible, but I thought of the quote, if you build it, they'll come, and maybe that's like the money if we build it. But did we check in with the finance department to see, the feasibility of this?
Could you say a little bit more about what you mean by feasibility?
Like sometimes the finance department weighs in on whether or not they could see more green lights than red lights for why we would go forward now and not defer this.
So this was an ongoing conversation through the annual budget process, looking at our income tax projections and how we allocate the funds that we get from that income tax to park projects. So we did include this in our fiscal year 2025 budget projections, looking specifically at the use of income tax, and that conversation has been going.
But if I may, just to add a little more, In further conversations more recently, if we were unable to secure the $259,000 grant from Ingham County and proceeded, we would have to defer some other projects that are being proposed in the Parks and Rec use of the income tax in order to redeploy those resources to cover that gap.
Okay.
So yes, there's been ongoing conversations as it relates to our ability to fund
Yeah.
that gap, and the cost that we have today is truly an estimate, and they're 2 years old, and so we know those costs will be much higher, or we anticipate they'll be much higher when we bid, if we design and bid this project yet this year and into next year.
And could I just follow up on that point?
Please do.
So there is an opportunity cost. If we proceeded now, there's an opportunity cost in terms of the income tax funds not being able to fund other projects.
Yes.
Yeah, we did cover, I think last week talked about, this year we've got 9 projects, and over the next 2 years, we could accomplish 3.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Meadows, did you have some other questions?
I do.
Please.
I also had, concerns about deferring this particular project. So I want to just clarify, we have how much of the length of this project is not already covered by a development agreement or other agreement with the property owners that stretch from the soccer complex to Coolidge Road.
You said how much of the length of the trail is not covered?
Correct.
I'd have to run some, it's about 50%.
Okay, so 15% is something that is on property of the city of East Lansing. It would be part of this.
Approximately a third of the trail is on city property, but one of the 3 parcels does not have a developer responsibility for paying for that section of trail.
Who would that be?
That's the
Trilogy.
Trilogy is the Willows?
Yeah, the Willows. Yep, there.
I thought you had an agreement. That was the agreement that you were going to negotiate a change to.
The one that we were looking at maybe needing to negotiate an amendment to would be the villas,
Okay.
which
The
would be
villas
the
of
center
Stafford.
of the 3 properties.
Okay, so there is no agreement whatsoever with Trilogy as to how this would pass through their property?
There's a 30-foot easement that is already filed. We already have an easement, but they do not have any responsibility to cover the cost of installation.
Okay, so our property at the soccer complex and Trilogy would be the properties we'd be covering with funds?
Correct.
Okay, and the $300,000, when we received that grant, was that specific for design costs and things like that?
It does include design as well as construction.
Okay, so it would be available for that if we were to go
Correct.
forward to get that design going and ready in case we need an extension, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm having trouble sort of grasping the downside of going ahead. Yes, there's $250,000 that the county wouldn't be giving us to do our match with. I assume that was what it was going to be used for.
Correct.
Okay. But we have available funds in the income tax revenues that could be used for this. But we also have, $5.2 million in federal funds that we're holding on to right now. So I don't see where the issue is in terms of making the match and proceeding forward on this. We could do it in a way that wouldn't actually defer any of the other projects that Parks and Rec might have in the pipeline. Why aren't we looking at that?
If I may, I think under another item on the agenda, we'll get into the whether that funding that you referenced, that $5.2 million, is truly available for this type of work.
Okay, well, if it's not, then we need to know about that. But
And that's what I said,
there's no
other
other
than-
item on the agenda that I'm
Right.
aware of, other than going into executive session. That seems like something we can talk about in public.
I don't think it is. It'd be something that, once you get updated by the city attorney, you'll have a better understanding. And I know there's actions that may come out of the executive session, that maybe defer this until after you have that executive session discussion.
Okay. Anyway, those are my questions. I'm concerned about the deferral. The last time the city council turned back money, we got a lot of blowback in this community. And the pedestrian trail, the Northern Tier Trail, is the most used amenity that the city has. It is constantly under use. And so an extension makes a hell of a lot of sense so that we can continue to use it and bring it into other areas of the city. So I think it's a really positive thing for us to do. I hate to defer it for 4 years before we actually get it installed.
I have a question for you. So the area of this trail that, in fact, actually intersects with Coolidge Road goes through some woods, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who owns those woods?
Those are on the property of the Willows, the Villas, and the Beaumont on the conservation easement.
Okay. All of the woods?
Where the trail is being proposed to be built would be on those parcels, yes.
Okay. But the woods extend to the south of the trail, correct?
It does appear to be, yes.
Okay. And who owns that area to the south, do you know?
I don't know that information off the top of my head.
Okay. And do either of you know whether there's been pushback from the landowners of the woods to the south in terms of the placement of the trail?
There have been, we did get mixed public comment when we were applying for the grant. It was on our survey that we sent out to area residents, it was 58% in support and 42% opposed.
Okay. And this route through the woods could just as easily be not through the woods and turned up to the roads to the north that go to Coleman Road, correct?
I don't know that I could say yes or no to just as easily, but I'm a little bit confused about where that would cut north.
Well, through any of these projects.
The existing easements that we have on file are specific to the southern borders of these parcels.
I understand where the easements are, but aren't those publicly dedicated roads or driveways into some of those projects?
I don't.
It's okay. If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look more into that because I don't
Is there
see.
sidewalk on Coleman Road?
I don't know that information.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Can I just make a comment? The easements that are in existence and the 200-foot conservation easement was as a result of negotiation, not only with the developers, with the adjoining neighborhood. They were satisfied with that at the time. I don't know if it's 58-42 now, but that it was specific with those neighborhoods, that neighborhood in particular, as to how we would proceed with a future trail and having that woods back there. So I think if you're asking who owns the other part of the woods, the developer does, but it butts up against the neighborhood, and then the owners of those properties would their backyard would end at the conservation easement.
Okay, any further discussion? So I'm totally lost about where we are in a motion. We have a motion to separate, which has been passed, I believe. And now we've had questions to staff and the city manager, which I believe we're now at the end of. And so we are either awaiting an additional motion of some kind, or we are deferring, or we're...
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll move that we instruct the city manager and staff to continue to move forward with the trail extension project and to authorize the staff, well, we don't need to do anything more than that.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I'm going to be voting against this because I really, frankly, am deferring to the city manager's recommendation and what I took to be the staff's thoughts at our last meeting. So that'll be my reason for voting against it. Please.
Yeah, I plan to vote against this. I was comfortable in supporting the deferral from our last meeting, so I plan to do so tonight.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
No.
Mayor Brookover?
No. Motion passes. Okay. I think we are at the close of our agenda.
Still have to deal with number 2, even though it seems somewhat irrelevant at this point in time. I think that it is not a bad idea to authorize the city manager to discuss and seek agreement from the Stratford group to allow them to continue to finish the last fourplex that they have there, as long as there's decent assurances that they will fund the project through their property. So I'm just bringing that up as a potential way of going forward with that.
Well, I guess I thought that your motion subsumed within it both portions of the discussion we were having.
No, I
And
was
was
only
not-
discussing
Could I just
the
finish,
extension
please,
of the
Mark?
trail.
Please? And was essentially self-executing, because the language you used was that I think the city manager should do all things. But if you want to make another motion, that's fine.
I just want to discuss whether it makes sense for us to allow that fourplex to be constructed at this time.
Well, do you want to make a motion so we can have the discussion then, please? If there is I mean, I don't know what to do, Mark. If you want to make a motion, fine. If you want to have a discussion, I guess we can have a discussion, but we don't, I'm trying to figure out which agenda item we're on having a discussion now about.
All right, I'll make a motion. I'll move that we authorize the city manager to negotiate an amendment to the public pathway installation agreement with, I guess it's the Stratford.
Mayberry Homes.
Maynard, okay, Mayberry Homes, to authorize the construction of the fourplex that remains to be constructed, as long as there is sufficient authorization or assurance that the Mayberry Homes will pay for the trail extension through their property.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Meadows, seconded by Watson. Discussion. Mr. City Manager, what would that mean to you in terms of what you would be doing in the context of the first motion?
I'm not sure, because the agreement requires right now for them to put a deposit down to proceed with those 4 units of their share of this project, but we have to bid it out in order to fully appreciate what that cost will be. And so I guess I'd defer to the city attorney if he has any other ways of identifying how we can get that assurance from the developer. I mean, the agreement already requires them to pay for their portion of this trail as it transverses their easement. The problem we have is we have an estimate of $859,000 project, $849,000 project, but that's 2 years old. And until we design and bid out what we're building, we don't know what to tell Mayberry what their deposit ought to be.
Because you anticipate that it'll be higher
That is
than
correct.
it would have been?
Yes.
Okay. City Attorney, you have a verbal opinion on that?
I apologize. I'm just not intimately familiar with this project. The negotiation of the original agreements does precede me, but at this point, if it's generally just giving, if it's giving us general direction, perhaps we don't need a specific motion, and we will come back to the city once we do, or I'm sorry, to the city council once we do meet with the developers and see what pathway might be the best route to go.
Well, I'd be willing to withdraw my motion with that.
Okay, the motion's withdrawn. Is that sufficient discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we move ahead then?
Yeah.
So I think we're at the close of our normal agenda. Do we have a motion relative to a closed session?
I have
Please.
a motion, Mayor. I move that we enter closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268 sub 1 sub C to discuss strategy connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement, as well as pursuant to MCL 15.268 sub 1 sub H to discuss an attorney-client privilege memorandum that is exempt from disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.243 sub 1 sub G.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Meadows. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Altman, for making that motion.
Dr. Altman,
I move to return to open session.
is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
I move to adopt the tentative agreement negotiated with the Michigan Association of Public Employees as ratified by the union on or about October 10th, 2024.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I so move for adjournment tonight.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Altman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Thanks, folks, for your help tonight.